2. The Crytsal Keepers. The darkness hides. Prologue. A melancholic veil draped the countryside of a serene Bolin town, its tranquility disrupted by the foreboding presence of an ominous cloud. Unaware of the impending peril, the townsfolk continued their daily lives, oblivious to the insidious darkness gradually encroaching upon their once peaceful country. Bolin, having recently emerged from the shadow of the 100-year war with Lemdries, still bore the scars of an unwinnable conflict. A generation removed from the agonies of war, the haunting remnants of battles and the ache of profound losses lingered, casting a somber pall over the nation's healing wounds. Forgotten were the origins of the war, replaced only by an insatiable thirst for revenge. Vengeance became the relentless pursuit, fueled by each tragic loss during the conflict. Families shattered, friends lost, and the yearning for payback became the driving force. This cycle of vengeance forged a bitter animosity between Bolin and Lemdries that persisted through the generations, fostering a belief of inherent superiority on either side. Isolating itself from the outside world, Bolin engaged in limited trade with the native dark elves of Lilith Lenora, one of the two civilized societies dotting the coast of the perilous dreaded wasteland, an uncharted and treacherous continent rarely explored, and even less frequently survived. As the first beasts from the dreaded wasteland found their way to Bolin's shores, the once peaceful country was plunged into chaos. Towns and villages, once safe havens, succumbed to nightmares that had hitherto only haunted dreams. Reports reached King Gerard Baldry detailing the destruction and torment inflicted by unknown forces. Despite King Gerard's efforts to mobilize the army, still reeling from the recent war, his options were limited. Major cities were fortified, but the responsibility to confront the encroaching horrors fell upon local leaders. Desperation drove King Gerard to issue a plea for aid throughout Zithana, summoning bounty hunters, assassins, and mercenaries from all corners of the world. Bolin, once a haven of peace, now teetered on the brink of an invasion of unprecedented proportions, and the response from the global community would shape the destiny of the beleaguered country. Chapter 1, Chance Meeting. A couple weeks have passed from the end of the Festival of Rejuvenation, and it is a new year. A light snow is still on the ground. As the sun sets, a man walked into a small town south of Kalin, in the country of Bolin. The young man looked around at the town as he entered it. The town still seemed to have some of the decorations from the Festival of Rejuvenation still up. There was a small shop to the north that looked closed, a couple of houses, and an inn at the far end of the town. Cloaked in an ensemble of shadows, the young man known as Tristan Hawkwood cut a striking figure. Black pants clung to his form, paired with a dark, obsidian-hued shirt concealed beneath a rugged leather vest. Adorning his neck was a hooded black cloak, billowing subtly in the unseen currents of the world. By his side, a weapon of formidable reputation, the Kazan blade, hung gracefully from his hip. Its slender blade catching the light with a subtle gleam. The steel, folded meticulously, revealed a mesmerizing grain pattern along the length of the razor-sharp edge. The Haman, a delicate line etched into the steel, whispered of the blade's craftsmanship, showcasing the seamless fusion of hardened cutting edge and supple spine. The hilt, wrapped in silk with practiced precision, cradled the hand with a comfort born of centuries of refinement. The guard, an ornate masterpiece of metalwork, separated the hilt from the blade, its intricate design telling tales of ancient battles and disciplined artistry. Tristan looked up at the moon that lit the sky, and a sense of tiredness fell upon him. He paused as he felt he was being followed, looking back into the woods. He looked at the streets and they were empty, almost like a ghost town. "I need to find a place to stay," he whispered to himself. As he looked at the road he was walking on, he noticed it was better taken care of than most roads in a small town. Tristan started to walk towards the inn, passing the town hall and store. What caught his eye was that there was a blacksmith shop on the left side of the street. The blacksmith's place was next to the town hall, was a single-story hall that looked like it was a place for everyone could meet to receive important information. The inn on his right side of the street named. He looked at the door to the inn, and above the door hung a sign, the Blue Sapphire. The door to the Blue Sapphire was a simple double-hinged door that swung either way. Tristan raised up his hand and placed it on the door and pushed his way through. The first thing he noticed when he entered the inn was a red-headed young lady standing behind a waist-high counter made of a sturdy oak wood and was painted a amber color. Tristan approached the young lady. "Is there any rooms available?" The young lady replied, "We are not full and have room." Tristan asked, "How much for the rooms?" The young lady stated, "We have a room in the back barn for 1 iron, a room upstairs for 5 irons, and a room with a bath for 10 irons. Tristan looked at his coins longing for a bath but realized he would need to work for his better room. He grabbed 5 irons and put it on the counter. "One more thing, does you have any food or drink?" The young lady said to Tristan, "The bar is full, and if you have a seat in the dining room I will bring you a menu, but the choices are not many." Tristan walked into the dining room to his left and saw half a dozen cherry wood tables spread throughout the room. The 3 closest tables to him were occupied. The first table had a family eating together with an elderly man, his young wife and 2 children not quite to their preteens. At another table was a couple that sat next to each other eating some what looked like steak and potatoes. The last of those 3 was another family, a husband, wife, and 1 baby. The young wife was breastfeeding the newborn and looked tired from what must have been a long journey. Approaching an unoccupied table, Tristan's gaze caught on a mysterious figure tucked within the shadows, his back against the wall. The man was clad in leather armor, sporting dark green pants and sturdy brown boots. A black hood obscured a fraction of his face, creating an aura of intrigue. Adjacent to him rested a substantial bag, and a blade, strikingly similar to Tristan's own, lay within easy reach. Beneath the concealment of the hood, Tristan discerned a glimpse of a scar, running vertically from the man's right eye down to the top of his cheek. The contours of a well-maintained beard emerged from beneath the cloak, adding an air of rugged enigma to the mysterious figure. The young lady walks over to Tristan and says, "Here is a menu. My name is Mary, and if you need anything just ask. Looks as if we have more people coming in, I will be back." Mary walks towards the entrance as a group of men walk in. The first 2 men walked in slowly, followed by 8 others. One man was dressed in a white robe with blood drop designs, and a gold sash around his waist. On his shoulders there was a design of a golden rose with a sword through it. The rest wore similar robes with just silver sashes around their waist. "Have you seen a young man wearing black? He probably is only walking with a single sword." Mary points in the general direction of Tristan and backs away from the group of men, explaining, "These are the only customers here." The voice Tristan heard sounded familiar, and he looked over his shoulder and recognized the white robes with blood drop designs on them. The Order of the Blood Rose. He let out a loud sign and his heart sank as he saw the rest of the men walk into the inn. 10 acolytes of the Order of the Blood entered the inn in total. 5 men start to slide along his right to envelop him, while 2 blocked the exit, and the final leader with 2 others started to move towards his left wall. Tristan remembered back to why these men are following him. It was a stormy night with thunder and lightning ruling the sky. He sat on a ledge hiding in the shadows, a large knife in his hand, waiting for his target to leave the Temple of the Blood Rose. He knew he needed to wait for his target and that he was going to be paid once the job was done. It just made it easier that this Blood Rose priest had a thing for children, and how it would be satisfying to rid the world of one more bastard and get paid to do it. Wet and uncomfortable, the rain poured down on him, making it difficult for him to see. With very little light his target exited the temple. Unfortunately there were 2. Knowing he wouldn't have an opportunity to get him again, he dropped down from under the shadows. Tristan's hand went under the old man's chin and over his mouth. His blade went through his chest and heart and came out from the other side. The other man screamed in shock as this elder was killed. He looked at Tristan and then ran for his own safety. It didn't take long for the other acolyte to disappear while he ran away. Tristan thought, "It's been a year, you think they would give up by now?" "Tristan Hawkwood, you now have nowhere to run. I am Ishtuk, Order of the Blood Rose. It is time for you to pay for your sins against the Order." Mary stealthily maneuvers to the rear of the bar, finding refuge behind a cluster of mead barrels. Simultaneously, families hasten up the staircase, seeking sanctuary in the rooms, vacating the once bustling dining area of the inn. In the corner, the young man casually lifts his feet off the table, his languid posture transforming as he slowly rises. He casts aside his hood, revealing a man with a shaven head, a well-kept beard, and a distinctive vertical scar that traverses his right eye, a mark resembling 3 claw gouges both above and below. A subtle smirk graces his face as he observes the unfolding scene. Unexpectedly, he remarks, "I didn't expect the rain would bring the rats so soon." The captain of the Blood Rose, initially taken aback, transitions through a spectrum of emotions from shock to excitement and, finally, to concern. "Regard Kingsbury," he acknowledges, "didn't know we would kill 2 traitors to the order today." Ishtuk unsheathes his broadsword, prompting the other acolytes of the Blood Order to follow suit. Ishtuk strategically maneuvers toward the door, flanked by 2 acolytes who take up positions at the rear right. The air in the room crackles with tension as the confrontation between the Blood Rose and the apparent traitors escalates, the atmosphere heavy with the promise of imminent conflict. The first acolyte started to take a step towards Regard, when Regard bolted forwards, closing the distance on the 3 acolytes to the right of Ishkar. His movements were quick and decisive, catching the acolytes by surprise. In a blink of an eye, Regard's blade was unsheathed, and already through the first acolyte's neck, beheading him instantly. Regard was already starting his second swing before the acolyte's head even hit the ground. Tristan closed the distance on the 4 acolytes to the right of Iskar, swinging his blade at the weapon arm of the idle acolyte, severing his arm, causing both his sword and arm to drop to the ground. Tristan continued with that motion, spinning his body to aim at the leg of the second acolyte. The acolytes near Regard closed the gap to surround him, taking swings with their swords, but as he was cutting towards the neck of his second acolyte, he deflected and parried the attacks with ease as his second swing took the head of the next acolyte. Using the moment of the blade, he spun it around his hand and thrusted his blade through the eye of the third acolyte, skewering his brain, killing him instantly. Tristan's momentum continued through and crippled the leg of the second acolyte, dropping him to the floor. Ishkar and the acolyte near him ran towards the exit, the acolyte dropping his broadsword as he fled. The acolyte with the missing arm followed Ishkar out. Realizing they were unprepared for both together, Regard turned to the last remaining acolyte and spun his sword in an upward motion, landing between his leg, cutting the man up to his belly button. The acolyte's eyes widened as he died in immense pain and was able to realize nothing could save him for the couple seconds that he lived after. Regard stood stoically and watched Tristan finish his acolytes. As one acolyte of the Blood Rose was bleeding out on the ground, the final one was crawling towards the exit. Tristan swung his blade towards the almost dead acolyte, and out of nowhere a blade stopped his blade from the final blow. It was Regard. Without Tristan noticing, he moved in and parried his attack. Tristan looked confused for a moment. Regard smirked. "Let him suffer, he is dead anyway." The last acolyte of the Blood Rose crawled his way out of the inn and died only 15 feet outside the door. A couple of years ago, Regard came to a small town in Bolin. As he was settling down, a nice family took him in and gave him room and shelter. It was the family he wished he had when growing up, before he was forced to leave his family at a young age. The father was a simple man who worked the land, the mother helped educate the local children, and there were 2 daughters who were 8 years old and 10 years old. Regard spent a week with the family, helping around their farm and doing odd jobs to repay them for their hospitality. Regard knew he couldn't stay there forever but didn't want to leave. One night Regard left to find some bandits that were bothering the nearby town. The night looking for the bandits didn't go well, and he couldn't find any trace of them. As he returned to the farm, he saw the wheat barn on fire, and in the house, he saw 8 individuals dressed in the order of the Blood Rose robes. As he ran into the farmhouse, the father was hung from the ceiling disemboweled, the mother was naked from the waist down with her throat slit. The 2 daughters were being raped by 2 of the acolytes as they held knives to the little girls' throats. As Regard entered the farmhouse, the 2 acolytes slit the throats of the little girls. Regard went into a rage, slaughtering every order of the blood rose present. After the last acolyte was dead, he dropped to his knees and wept in front of the family that treated him so well, thinking, only if I had been here earlier. The next morning, he buried the family's bodies in graves near the house and gave a prayer he learned from his time in the North Otros temple. At this time, he vowed to destroy this evil cult wherever he saw them. He walked into one of the temples of the Blood Rose. The first acolyte he saw struck down quickly. He systematically went through the temple, killing every acolyte he could find, and when he left the temple he was covered in blood. As the commotion stopped, and the last acolyte was dead or left the inn, Mary walks out from behind the barrels. As Mary began to approach both Regard and Tristan, they sheathed their blades. I am Regard Kingsbury, I thought I was the only one who was wanted by them. His head stretched out towards Tristan. They call me Tristan Hawkwood, I guess I do that to people. He grabs the inside of Regard's forearm. It's good to meet you. Mary yelled, don't think I am going to be the one to pick this mess up, do you? Throw in our rooms and we will help you clean this up, laughed Regard. Looking at Tristan, Regard smiles. What are you waiting for? Grab a body. Regard walks over and picks up the first headless acolyte and begins to drop the body outside the inn. They loaded up the dead acolytes on a trailer the innkeeper gave them so they could put the bodies deeper in the woods. They returned to the inn tired. At least that is over with, remarked Tristan. As he finished that statement, Mary arrived with a scrub bucket and some brushes. You don't think I can serve her breakfast in an inn that looks like this? It took a while for the two to clean up the inn, and it was late in the night when Mary gave the keys to Tristan and Regard and said, you can find your rooms upstairs. I will talk with the town mayor tomorrow. I think he could use some individuals with your skills. Regard walked up to his room and opened the door. As he entered, he closed the door behind him. He looked around and the room was a fairly nice room, a bed in the far corner, a desk and chair in the other, and a small room that held a bath. Next to the bed was a stand to hang armor, clothes, and weapons. He placed his backpack next to the stand and hung his armor and weapons. Regard thought, I may have found a possible ally to help me in fighting the darkness. Regard took his bath and laid his head down. Time to rest now, tomorrow is a new day. Chapter -2 The Local Cave. As the morning broke and the night fell to the side, Tristan woke up from a restful night's sleep. He grabbed his armor and belongings and went down the stairs, where he saw Regard already eating breakfast. Tristan joins Regard at the table. Mary comes up to Tristan. What do you want? I'll have what he is having, remarked Tristan. As they sit there eating breakfast, Mary walks up and lets them know that the mayor is looking to talk to them. He has something important that he would like them to do, and they seem to be strong enough to take care of it from what he heard about last night. They finish their meals, stand up and head towards the exit of the inn. As they walk out the door, the sun is finally over the crest of the horizon and the air smells fresh. It barely seems as if it even rained the night before. They walk down the well-paved gravel street towards the middle of the town mayor's building. As they arrived a couple minutes later at the mayor's building, they came up to a 2-story wood building with a statue of a bear in front. They walked up to the doors and the doors opened slowly as they approached, revealing a slender, fair-skinned man with fiery red hair cascading over his shoulders. Draped in resplendent robes woven in hues of shimmering gold and silver, he stood between the parted doors, a picture of elegance and poise. And says, the mayor has been waiting for you. Come this way. Leading the way with a graceful gesture, he guided them through the doors, exuding an aura of regality and warmth, as if his very presence illuminated the path ahead. When they looked around, they were surprised how well decorated this house was for such a small town. Elvish paintings, and dwarven weapons hung on the wall. A couple sculptures of various animals on pedestals. At the end of the hallway was 2 heavy-looking doors. As they go close, the young man waved his hand and the doors began to open. Rising from his seat behind the desk, the elder gentleman caught their attention. His shaved head and a neatly trimmed silver goatee framed a weathered yet commanding visage. Though slightly stout, there was an undeniable air of resilience about him, an assurance that hinted at strength honed through experience. His choice of attire spoke of a refined taste, as a black shirt adorned with intricate gold patterns caught the light, adding a touch of elegance to his appearance. Despite his slight bulk, the garment draped him well, complementing his figure in a way that belied his physical build. As everyone entered the mayor's office, he smiled and stated, "Silas, you can leave us. It will be okay." As Silas left the office, the doors closed behind him. "I heard about you two being attacked the other night. Have a seat," asserted the mayor. "They call me Wayland. As you can see, I am no longer able to do many things that I used to." Wayland adjusted himself in a chair that doesn't quite fit him, yet still seems comfortable enough for him, and moves some papers on his desk. "We have been having an issue with missing townsfolk, and as you see, being such a small town, we cannot afford to lose many others." After a short pause and a heavy sigh, "There is a cave system not too far from here I feel is the problem. I asked a young traveler to check the cave system out for a reward, but he never returned. I fear the worst for him." Wayland's face grew with concern. "I wouldn't ask for another to share that man's fate, and if I was younger, I would take care of it myself. I have no choice but to ask for the sake of our small town." Wayland pleads, "Will you check out the caverns and find out what is causing all the issues with our town?" Regard and Tristan look at each other and nod their heads. "We can check out caves, and hopefully end the plight you are having," responded Regard. "Let us get some supplies, so we can prepare for our journey. I will have one of the local deputies escort you to the cave. Meet them at noon by the inn," stated Wayland. As Regard and Tristan got up, the doors behind them opened and there was Silas. "I will escort you all out." Tristan and Regard followed Silas out of the Wayland's building. "I will meet you at the inn at noon," Regard said as he walked away from Tristan. Tristan walked towards the local store and began to buy basic supplies for their trip, and portable rations. Regard went towards the blacksmith's and weaponsmith's shop. He walked up to the blacksmith and asked if he had any cans and swords. The blacksmith smiled and said, "So you are a swordsman?" Regard replied, "Yes. I do have a couple cans and swords. Would you mind showing me some of your skills with a sword? Maybe I can figure out which one would best fit your style." Regard 1/4 bows to the blacksmith. "Do you have anything in mind?" The blacksmith waves. As the blacksmith walked them back to his testing area, "I am Vornsal, but you can call me Saul." They arrive in the back where they have various cutting mats, wood blocks, striking dummies and a number of other weapon testing equipment. Saul sets up various cutting mats and obstacles in between the cutting mats. Regard closes his eyes for a moment and takes a deep breath in. Regard sets his feet and draws his cans and sword lightning fast, cutting the first mat before Saul could even blink and was already swinging at the second cutting mat. While his feet were set, he flipped backwards, twisting in a circular motion. While using the momentum, Regard cut the last two cutting mats in one continuous motion, spinning the blade around his waist then neck right before sheathing his sword and standing back at a 1/4 bow towards the blacksmith. "I have not seen skill like that in a long time. I have two swords that may interest an artist as yourself." Saul leads Regard to a back room full of swords, axes, and various other blades. On the far wall are two Kansan blades, one a shining silver blade made with the elvish metal sagril, while the other is shiny charcoal black made with the dark elf metal drahile. Regard's eyes focus on the black blade and slowly reach toward the sword. "That one I call Stormweaver. It's made of drahile, a rare metal only found in the dreaded wasteland. A blade this fine I don't feel I can afford," indicated Regard. "An artist such as yourself shouldn't be without it. Just give me what you have. I heard you were helping the mayor and the town, so you can call us even." Regard thanked the blacksmith and exchanged his sword and all his irons for Stormweaver. Regard looked at the sun and it was directly overhead, and he knew it was time to meet Tristan and their guide to travel to the nearby cave. Regard got to the inn and Tristan and the guide were waiting for him with the horses. Tristan said, "Looks like we are ready." They all got on their horses and traveled for what seemed to be an hour or so through a heavily wooded area. Thick vines drooped from most of the trees, the canopy was overshadowed by sycamore, cottonwood, and oak. Mushrooms and fungus covered the floor, getting crushed under the feet of the horses as they traveled toward the cave. As they rode in silence, they paid attention to their surroundings. As they got closer to the cave, the forest continued to get progressively denser, making it increasingly more difficult for the horses to continue. They seemed to come to a part of the woods that became so dense even the horses couldn't pass. The guide said, "This is as far as I will go, you can tie up your horses here. The cave entrance is about a 2-minute walk in that direction." Pointing to the east. "You couldn't walk us to the entrance?" asked Tristan. The guide stated it was not worth his life and left back towards the town. Tristan and Regard hooked up their horses to a tree and began walking towards the east, where within a couple minutes of walking the entrance of the cave was visible just as the guide said. It is a partially visible cave covered by a tree with vegetation. Thick vines covered over half the entrance, making it difficult to see inside. As they entered the cave, the light from the outside disappeared. Tristan pulled out from his backpack a lantern and used a simple ignition spell to light it. The lantern filled the cave with light. The entrance of the cave spread out about 30 and went forward to the darkness. Regard knelt towards the ground and looked at the multiple footprints. Most of these footprints seemed to be shuffling and stumbling, with only one set of prints walking then running towards the darkness. Tristan and Regard look at each other. "Let's follow those," stated Tristan as he took a step following the running steps. Regard unsheathed Stormweaver. The cave begins to narrow to a single hallway forward. As they move through the narrow hallway, a light beacon can be seen on the other side of the hallway. As they entered this odd-shaped and rocky room, at the far end of the room was a light beacon almost the same as a lantern but a bit brighter. By the light on the ground is a body, and standing over the body is 6 humanoid shapes crouched over it, gnawing and ripping pieces from it. They initially seemed to be oblivious to Tristan and Regard entering their portion of the cave. One of the humanoids glances toward the pair and lets out a loud screeching sound as if his vocal cords were somewhat deteriorated. The 6 humanoid shapes stood up and started to shuffle towards Tristan and Regard while making blood-curdling screams. Regard and Tristan with weapons drawn head towards the stumbling humanoids. As they got closer, Regard and Tristan could see they used to be humans dressed as townsfolk from the town you just left. Their faces decomposing with their lips and eyelids gone and chunks of flesh and bones missing from their arms and legs. The first 2 zombies lunged toward Regard with 2 quick swipes. Regard removed their heads from their body. 2 of the zombies closed in on Tristan. One stumbled and fell to his left while Tristan put his blade slowly through the face of the standing zombie. The 2 further zombies stumbled in the direction of Tristan. As Tristan pulled the blade out of the face of one zombie, he stabbed downward into the head of the zombie towards his feet. Regard quickly moved towards the final 2 zombies, stabbing Stormweaver in the head of one, quickly slicing to the brain of the last zombie. "Damn, zombies," exclaimed Tristan. "Don't let them bite you, their poison is fast acting and we are not close enough to healers to deal with this." It didn't take long for the 2 to finish off the stumbling zombies. Tristan walked up to the body the zombies were feasting on and saw a glowing necklace. A necklace of light. As Tristan put the necklace around his neck. As he donned the necklace, the cave lit up, making it easy for him to see there was an exit to his left and straight ahead. The tunnel ahead gave a light glow while the room to the left was dark. "Let's make sure that room is clear before we go ahead," stated Regard. Tristan and Regard walked towards the dark room with Tristan leading the way with his newly acquired light pendant. As they entered, the room stood 2 6-foot brown beasts on all fours with a large head, 6-inch snout and 2-inch teeth. The beast's long slender ears turned toward the adventurers and the light from the pendant caught the bunny bear's eyes. Both bunny bears let out a loud roar as they began to charge towards the light. Tristan lunged towards the first bunny bear, slicing at the neck of the bear with the blade cutting deep into the neck of the bunny bear. Regard slid to the side and with one quick thrust shoved his sword through the eye of the bear, hitting the brain and paralyzing the second bunny bear. Tristan took a second swing towards the neck of the bunny bear, removing the head of the bunny bear he was fighting. This seems almost too easy, I wonder if I can get this hide back to the village to make anything from it. Tristan makes a valiant attempt to skin one of the bears and just ends up with chunks of fur in his hand. Shaking his head knowing this was not going to work. We need to probably get going, droned Regard as he got a confused look on his face. They walked towards the room that had the strange glow. As they entered the room it seemed as if they were walking into a large room that had a bright green and yellow tint. On the floor was a wide variety of plants, some that moved on their own, and some that looked as if they had teeth. They stood trees with sharp spiked branches that seemed to slowly be moving, and in the middle of the room was a lake of dark blue-looking liquid. Regard and Tristan approached the edge of the liquid to see it is just water that is colored by the surrounding vegetation. Tristan notices a small movement in the water and jumps back, causing Regard to do the same. As they stepped away from the lake, a large worm-like creature covered in red fur and a mouth the entire width of worm with rows and rows of teeth pointing inwards. The worm was about 10 feet long and 3 feet in width. Its mouth opened slightly wider than its body, giving a full view of its rows and rows of teeth that seemed to have no end. Knowing there is no running away from this furry worm, the two warriors stood their ground, dodging to the side the beast's initial charge. Tristan concentrates on an ignite fire spell, casting it while touching the fur of the beast. The fur ignited and spread quickly over the body of the worm. Regard swung his sword, cutting and stabbing the body of the beast with little effect. The burning beast reared up and swung its body towards Regard and missed, creating a loud thud sound on the ground. While the beast burned, Tristan and Regard frantically hit the beast with their swords, dodging the flailing body of the fiery worm. The worm reared up one more time, swinging its body towards Regard one more time, connecting with full force, crushing him against the ground and its body. Regard let out a loud sound as his air left his body and his sword impaled deeply in the charred body of the worm that now stopped moving. Tristan prized the large beast of a stunned Regard, looking at a bruised and bleeding man. Regard slowly stands up, grabbing Stormweaver from the worm's body and doing one last thrust near what seemed like the head of the beast. Tristan asks if he will be alright, and Regard talks to him through some basic first aid as he couldn't do himself. "Think we should go back?" Tristan questioned. "We already came this far, I think the worst is behind us now," Regard said as he glared at the now charred worm, as he cleaned his face off with the water from the pool. Upon stepping into the newfound chamber within the cavern, the duo encountered a sizable hole that descended into an unseen part of the subterranean expanse. Intrigued, they circled the edge, contemplating the mysteries that lay beneath. Pressing onward, they traversed the cave until they reached a spacious room adorned with two radiant crystals at the back. One emitted a luminous white glow, while its counterpart bathed the surroundings in an enigmatic black luminescence. Intrigued by the contrasting hues, Tristan approached the white crystal, while Regard gravitated toward the black one. Regard, with a quizzical tilt of his head, extended his hand toward the black crystal. Meanwhile, Tristan, methodically exploring the white crystal, gently made contact with it using his index finger. An ethereal exchange ensued. A white light traced its way up Tristan's arm, its glow gradually enveloping his entire being. Simultaneously, Regard experienced a reciprocal phenomenon, his body becoming cloaked in a mysterious black radiance. As both crystals commenced crumbling, their once vibrant glows coalesced around Tristan and Regard. The luminescence faded as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving behind a profound transformation. Miraculously, the wounds acquired throughout the day vanished, as if erased from existence. In the wake of this extraordinary event, the chamber stood silent, the remnants of the disintegrated crystals scattered around them. Tristan and Regard, now renewed and unburdened by the day's strife, exchanged a bewildered yet rejuvenated glance. The mysterious energies of the crystals had bestowed upon them a miraculous renewal, leaving the cavern chamber forever altered by their encounter. Tristan started to feel a connection to magic, as if he was standing in a Monolay Point. To his left he felt the void of magic, and there he saw Regard standing there. Regard exclaimed, "That was anticlimactic, didn't seem to do much, and now there is no crystal. Guess we can head back and let the village know we took care of their problem." As Rigard walked away and was a decameter away from Tristan, it was as if he was suddenly rushed with mana. Those crystals did something, thought Tristan. The two warriors left the cave, and outside their horses were still there waiting where they left them. The sun just went down, and visibility was extremely low as there was a new moon out. We can use the cave to spend the night and leave in the morning, since we know the cave is pretty much cleared. Tristan gathers some wood and starts a fire quickly with a create fire spell. Rigard sets a couple traps and within an hour comes back with a couple small rabbits. After skinning and preparing, they finished the night with a good meal. The night went uneventful and the two woke well rested. Rigard packs up the camp, while Tristan prepares the horses for their travel back to the village. As they entered the village, they went straight towards the chieftain's house. Again, as they walked up to the door, it swung open with Silas standing at the entrance. Come in. The two walked down a familiar hallway led by Silas towards Wayland's office. As they enter the office, Wayland stands up and greets them both with a friendly handshake. So did you find anything? Rigard and Tristan tell them about the zombies, finding the adventurer, and the massive furry worm with teeth and small arms by its top skull. They reassure him that the cave was cleared out. Tristan lets them know there is another level under the cave but can't see anything making up the hole if there is anything there. The chieftain gave the 2,000 irons apiece and thanked them for making their little town a bit safer. Knowing there isn't much left for them to do in this town, the two new friends decided to prepare to head to Kalin and get some supplies and check out the local guilds, to see if they can get some more stable income. We can leave out in the morning, one more night here before we travel. Tristan spent the night in his room contemplating the busy last 3 days, and how crazy it was he met someone that was being hunted by the Order of the Blood also. The crystals and what they have done to them. The white crystal seemed to have made him a mana waypoints, while the black crystal seemed to make Rigard a mana vortex. Rigard spent the night talking to Mary about the day and the adventures they had, then went up to his room to prepare for the next day. The morning rose and the two packed up their horses and headed towards Kalin. Chapter 3: The Vanishing Town. The morning came and the early sun went through the window of Tristan's room. Tristan rolled out of bed and packed up all his equipment. He strolled downstairs where he saw his new friend Rigard waiting for him at one of the tables with food already at the table. Hurry up and eat, before it gets cold. Tristan sits down and the two begin to discuss the trip towards Kalin. Both agreed they would just take the main road since it is about an 8-hour horse ride. They finished their meals and headed out to their horses. The mayor, Silas, and Mary were waiting near their horses to wish them a safe trip and to thank them one last time for helping their small town. It didn't take long for the two to load up their horses and ensure they were fed and watered enough for the ride ahead. As they rode off, they looked back and saw Wayland, Silas, and Mary start to head back to their places, and the small town soon disappears in the background. 8 hours later, after traveling through a heavily wooded road, they finally came upon the large city of Kalin. Once they cleared the woods, they saw walls that extended past their field of vision and a large gate guarded by armed men wearing silver and gold chainmail armor with a red fleur-de-lis on their chest, armed with spears and long swords at their side. These were soldiers as part of the royal guard. As the two approach the gate, the guards wave them forward. One of the guards proclaims, "What is your business here?" "We are looking for supplies and checking out for work at the local guilds," stated Rigard. The guards wave them forward. As Rigard and Tristan enter the city, they see numerous shops and businesses lining the streets with hundreds of people shopping, carriages pulled by horses, and people traveling the streets. They decide to find an inn with a stable for their horses. They found a place near the center of town called Golden Unicorn. As they arrived at the Golden Unicorn, they stopped by the stable and gave them 5 irons for a place for their horses to stay. When they walked into the inn, they walked into a large bar to the left. It smelled of alcohol and bad decisions. The hardwood floors were well taken care of for how busy it was. The locals and guests were drinking and listening to a small band playing music on a stage. To their right is a registrar where they can check in and get a room. As they walked towards the registrar, a tall, thin, elderly man with no long silver hair, and his blue eyes are sunk deep into his face. Wearing a red jacket that fits comfortably over his long white undershirt. Stands up and asks, "How may I help you?" In a crackly voice. "We would like a room," said Tristan. The man explained they have 3 different rooms, a small with 1 bed, a medium with 1 bed, and a large that had 2 beds. Regard and Tristan agreed that the room with 2 beds would be enough for them. Gave the innkeeper 15 irons and headed up to their room. The two leave their traveling equipment in the room and both decide to go their separate ways to explore the town. They both left and went opposite ways. Regard walked up to a local and asked for a place that could work on and sell armor. They pointed him down the street. He travels down till he reaches the blacksmith the local was talking about. As he walked in, there was a large muscular man wearing a forge apron. The blacksmith stands tall, his wide shoulders and rolled up sleeves show his large arms. The blacksmith noticed the sword Regard had by his side. Dark elven Kansan sword. "That is a good weapon you have there. How can I help you?" "I am looking for some armor. What I have now is not good," stated Regard. "Follow me." The blacksmith walked him back towards a small room filled with various weapons and armor. "I have something that will go well with your sword." The blacksmith took down a dark elven chainmail. "I only have a little over 1,000 irons on me," replied Regard. "I have a problem that needs help with. You give me that 1,000 irons, we can work something out." The blacksmith averred in a deep low-toned accent. "My name is Faustus, and there is a man that has been bothering my daughter. I can't do anything without causing my shop trouble since the man's position in the city. If you could discourage him discreetly, I would appreciate it." Regard agrees to help Faustus and gives him his irons for the armor. Faustus let Regard know when the man would be and where his daughter worked as a barmaid, a place called the Equinox. Regard got to the Equinox right away and recognized Faustus's daughter right away, a tall woman with long curly red hair and a fair complexion. As he sat down, he was greeted by Faustus's daughter. "Hello, my name is Marie, what can I get you?" Regard orders a hot black bean coffee. And settles down in the corner of bar, his favorite place to sit. A group of people playing a card game in one corner, while in another corner a group of adventurers laugh and tell tales of how they fought some goblins the other day. About an hour later, a middle-aged man came in dressed in high guard dress and almost immediately starts harassing Marie. The guy presented himself as a mid-noble of Bolin. This now makes sense why the blacksmith couldn't take care of this issue himself. The mid-noble gropes and grabs Marie, while telling her soon she will give him a night to remember and soon will love him and be another whore in his stead. Regard gets up and walks in the middle-aged man's direction and discreetly walks up behind the man. "I don't think the woman appreciates your actions. I don't give a damn what she likes or doesn't. Now piss off," uttered the man. "I would think a hedge-born fobdoodle as yourself would know better," snarled Regard. "You dare insult me?" The man stands up facing Regard. "Let's walk outside, I need to teach you some manners." Regard motions towards the front door. Regard walks out to the alley and the middle-aged man and 3 of his friends follow and begin to surround Regard. The 4 men begin to grab for their swords. Regard quickly with lightning speed unsheaths Stormweaver and cuts the scabbard from the middle-aged man's side before his hand could grab his sword, with his second movement towards the man's throat, stopping right before he cut the man. Staring down the other 3 men with a deadly serious look in his eyes. The 3 friends froze in place as the look of fear covered the face of the middle-aged man. "I am sure a Faustalug such as yourself can understand how to treat a woman." The man pauses and nods his head, speechless, frozen in fear. "I expect men as yourself to hold yourself better in front of a lady. Now leave your swords here on the ground and leave." The men drop their swords. A little reminder to be respectful. With near instantaneous movement, Regard left a 2-inch cut on his left cheek. The men left quickly, leaving their swords behind. Regard picked up the swords and returned to Faustus's shop, letting him know that it had been completed. Faustus, out of gratitude, gave Regard matching boots and gloves to go with his newly acquired armor. Tristan left the inn searching all the shops and guilds. I need someone who can help me with my fire magic, thought Tristan. He walked the various streets of Kalen, passing shop after shop. Magic trinkets, alchemy shops, but nothing that would help him find a decent teacher of magic. He stopped and asked an elderly man on the street if he knew a place that taught magic. The elderly man said there was a shop down 2 separate alleys to the west that taught magic. Tristan followed the directions of the old man and came to a shop called Bob's Magic Shop. A look of confusion and amusement crossed the face of Tristan as he walked into the store. He looked around and it didn't seem like any magic place he had ever seen. The walls and tables were filled with various trinkets and what almost looked like games. A middle-aged man dressed well, his hair parted perfectly, a snidely mustache with a 3-inch soul patch starting in the cleft of his chin. "Welcome to Bob's Magic Shop. A place where wonders are found," exclaimed Bob as he pulled out a deck of cards from what seemed nowhere. "Pick a card, any card." A look of dismay crossed Tristan's face. "Ah, I am looking to learn real magic," said Tristan as he started a small flame in his hand. Bob stated, "This is really magic, just pick a card." Tristan grabs a card from the Queen of Hearts and puts it back on the deck. The entire deck explodes in flames and disappears. "Check your pouch." As Tristan opened his pouch, the Queen of Hearts appeared next to his pouch. "This magic is that of wonder, entertainment, and amazement. I will teach you these for only 15 irons. You are a good salesman. What you are showing me is interesting. Not what I am looking for, but could be useful." Tristan pulls out 15 irons and hands it to Bob. Bob closes the shop and locks the door. Bob spent the next couple of hours teaching Tristan palming techniques, how to hide objects, and many other techniques of sleight of hand. The two laughed and used various objects of different sizes and shapes. Towards the end of their time together, Tristan started getting a pretty good grasp of these sleight of hand techniques he was learning. The time went fast, and it was soon time for Tristan to head back to the inn. As Tristan left, Bob stated he had much more he could teach him about magic and he just needed to come back with another 15 irons for a different 3-hour class. The two said farewell and Tristan left Bob's magic shop. Tristan started heading back to the inn using the same streets he took to get to the shop. As he was heading back, he notices 6 men in white robes with blood roses, 3 men on each side of the street. Not these guys again, thought Tristan as he pulled his hood over his head and slid into the crowd of people traveling on the street, quickly making his way past the Order of the Blood Rose members. Tristan soon passed the Blood Rose acolytes and arrived back to the inn and went up to the room, which was empty. "This is a time to clean up and get ready for the night. I am sure tomorrow will be busy." Tristan drew a bath and cleaned himself up. As he was drying off, Regard entered the room wearing his newly acquired black armor, gloves, and boots. "Wow, where did you get those?" said Tristan. "There is a blacksmith and armor shop not too far from here. It cost me all I had and favor. So tomorrow we will need to find work at the guild," said Regard. "I am sure we will get something in this big town," replied Tristan. "I would like to check out that shop first thing tomorrow. Faustus is a pretty good man, I am sure he will have something for you." The two finished getting ready for bed and slept through the night. The two got up around the same time and packed their gear to go out for the day. Tristan went down and got the two breakfasts before they left for the day. Regard escorted Tristan to Faustus's shop. When they arrived, Faustus welcomed the two and Regard let him know that his friend was looking for some new armor also. They walked to the room while Faustus kept his armor. It didn't take long for Tristan to pick out some studded chainmail armor, a touch heavier than what Regard had but still as effective. "Where is the guild that most likely has the most work available?" asked Tristan. "There is a guild near the center of town called the Arrow Tip. It is by the large fountain in the main business area." The two thank Faustus again for his help and head towards the Arrow Tip. The Arrow Tip was not hard to find after the directions they were given by Faustus. The two went in the guild and at the door was a mountain of a man wearing chain armor covering a fur-covered jacket and black leather armor covering his legs. The guard was at least 6'10" where his muscles were. "What are you here for?" "We are looking for some employment," Regard responded. "Down that hallway then," the large man stated. Regard and Tristan went down the hallway to a large room where numerous individuals of various sizes and shapes were either sitting at tables or standing. A man stood behind a desk, skinny and frail looking, wearing a nice purple wizard robe, with stars and moons covering the entire robe, sitting at the desk that said, "Adventurer's Registrar." Regard and Tristan went to the desk. "I need you to fill out this ledger and I can help you find something." The two put their names, age, and basic information down. "Thank you," said the man. "Let's see what I have available for two men such as yourselves." The man looked through a couple cards he had and said, "I have three things that may interest you too. The first is a missing/stolen gem that was stolen from the Order of the Dark, escorting a noble to a town, or find some missing children." Before Regard could say anything, Tristan said they would take the job looking for the missing/stolen gem. They were given directions to Temple of the Dark. When they arrived at a temple that was made of dark cement with 4 large pillars on each corner, a small door in the front. The temple went for a couple blocks in every direction and towered 3 stories in height. A man in dark robes with black stains and blood marks around his eyes met them at the entrance. "Follow me, the head priest is waiting for you," said the man in a monotone, lifeless way. On the wall is large writing, a list of commandments. 1. You shall trust your God. 2. Do not betray your God, or fellow followers. 3. Justice is done according to our God. 4. You will welcome the darkness. 5. Detach yourself from the world. 6. The world is temporary, the God is forever. The dark priest walked them towards a large chamber. Dark opal-colored rugs encircle the room with red drops of blood decorating the rugs. The columns were made of obsidian decorated by red rubies in shapes of blood drops. On the way they passed many different members who all had the same dark and blood-stained eyes. The head priest said, "Our crystal has been stolen, and is being held by bandits in a village between Sal Rain Cave and mountain near the Cresslin Notch." "When do you need this crystal by?" asked Regard. "Before the 3rd new moon from today, for a ceremony that comes annually." The head priest talking in the same monotone voice. Regard and Tristan left the temple. "That place gives me the creeps," Tristan declared. "Definitely." The two got their horses from the stables and started to head towards Cresslin Notch. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. The two stopped behind the cover of trees to see the small village with a short wall around the perimeter. There were 2 young-looking kids standing on what looked like guard posts, and the front gate was open for anyone to enter. "Something doesn't seem right," Tristan said. "Agreed, let's just walk in and see what is going on." The two got back on their horses and rode towards the entrance of the village. As they got closer, the children on the watchtower couldn't be any older than 12 or 13 years old. The kids gave the 2 adventurers a friendly wave as they entered the village gates. Looking around, the village was full of women and children and just a few men of combat age. No one in the village was armed with weapons except for the 2 children on the watchtowers. As they approached the center of town, they were greeted by an elderly man with long white hair and beard using a walking stick. "Greeting travelers, you must be tired, please rest and have whatever you need since Eros and Amun provide all we need." Regard and Tristan get off their horses and 2 women approach them with water and offer them some. 2 kids come up and offer to take care of their horses. Regard and Tristan look at each other in confusion and wonder. As the old man approaches them and greets them with "May peace and love be with you all." The 2 notice a shrine in the back of village with a large diamond crystal on a pedestal. "Thank you for your hospitality. You have a nice village here," acknowledged Regard. "It's thanks to Eros and Amun, they gave us the crystal so our village would flourish, and we could spread the word of their love for all. We are not going to stay long. Is there anything we can give you for the water and food?" Tristan asked. The old man laughed and shook his head no. "I think we actually should be on our way back to the inn before it gets dark," stated Regard. The old man pleads for them to stay, but the two refused and quickly mounted their horses and rode out of the small village. "Regard, I am not stealing from an old man and a bunch of women and children, no matter how much we were going to get." As they got about 20 feet from the village, the two looked back and the village disappeared. They stopped and headed back to where the village was, but it was as if the village was never there. "What is going on?" Tristan said. Regard gave Tristan a look of bewilderment. "No idea, let's just tell the dark that they were never here." And as the two headed back to town, they felt their money sack get slightly heavier. Chapter 4: The Slavers. They traveled back to Temple of the Dark and let the head priest know that when they arrived there was no village there. The priest looked angry, well angrier than he already did, and exclaimed that they moved again, and it will take a while for them to be found. As the priest turned from Regard and Tristan, they heard the priest cursing under his breath. The two left the temple and headed back towards the guild. They arrived back to the Arrow Tip Guild and went back to the old man. "The only thing I have left right now for you two is to check out the missing women and children from a local village. It will only pay 500 irons each." "I guess we have no choice," said Regard, accepting the mission. "It's still early enough, we can check out the village and get the information we need." The two get on their horses and head towards the village, needing help. About 20 minutes outside Kalin they arrive at the village. It was a small village that had about 100 men, women, and children at the most. The village was beat down and looking as if has recently been raided, and they are trying to fix what they can. They were greeted by a couple armed men. Tristan and Regard let them know they were there to help. The men quickly escorted them towards the chieftain, where they met with the chieftain. The chieftain was a short man about 5'5" with blonde hair and blue eyes. He is wearing what seems to have been nice clothes where it was torn in the sleeves and pants. The chieftain tells them that they have been attacked by bandits at night and that they take their food, women, and children during these raids. They don't know how much longer they can handle the losses these bandits are giving the village. The bandits are staying in a castle about 30 minutes north, well outside the jurisdiction Oregon care of the Kalin authorities. They are the only hope they have for their village to survive. Regard and Tristan head out towards the castles the bandits are staying. They too agree that it will be best to wait till the sun goes down to approach the castle and to watch from afar to come up with a plan of attack. As the two arrived at the edge of the woods and went up to an open field, the castle is now visible. The walls are about 20 feet tall, surrounded by a 10-foot moat with only one gate at the entrance is with a drawbridge. They notice that every 3 to 4 hours they exchange guards in the towers, and there are 3 guards per tower at most times. As they were looking at the castle, the gate went down, and a caravan was entering the castle with numerous armed bandits and people in cages. "Slavers, these are not bandits," they both said simultaneously. "Neither of us can swim, and I am sure that moat is deep. Plus, the water is freezing this time of year. There is a blind spot over by those bushes. I could vault over and help you across. But it will need to be dark." Tristan agreed with Regard, and when the sun went down, and the cloud cover was just right, Regard vaulted over the moat with a tree limb he found and helped Tristan across the moat. Underneath one of the towers, Regard dropped all his gear except for Stormweaver, his armor and rope. With a short running start, Regard planted his feet, jumping off one wall, then the second, to reach and grab the edge of the wall. As he grabbed the wall, a guard looked down at him, and with one quick movement, he grabbed the guard to help him up, pulling the guard over the edge as he pulled himself over. The guard landed next to Tristan, crushing his head from the fall, almost dying instantly. As Regard crested over the top of tower ledge, 2 of the guards had a look of surprise. With 2 swift swings of Stormweaver he finished the 2 men off before they could yell. Regard let a rope down and Tristan climbed up the rope quickly. Tristan and Regard heard footsteps coming up towards them. Quickly they both grabbed one of the dead slavers. As the first slaver could be seen on the steps, they threw the body down at him and followed the body with their swords drawn. The body knocked the 3 slavers coming up the stairs off their feet, and they fell on their back and fell down the stairs. The two fighters hurried down the stairs, and while they were trying to regain their balance, Regard and Tristan quickly stabbed two of them through the heart, and the third's head was removed from his body. "So much for stealthing this," said Tristan. "If there is no one left to sound an alarm, they can't set the alarm," smirked Regard. As they exited the tower, there was no one around. The two found a service entrance on the side of the castle. As they entered the service entrance, they entered a large kitchen, in which there were two individuals dressed in the same clothes the villagers were wearing. The two villagers cowered in fear as they saw Regard and Tristan. Regard puts his finger to his lips and gives them a smile. "We are here to free you. Where is the slaver leader stay?" The two villagers pointed up and said, "Third floor. I feel if we can get rid of the leader, the rest will follow." Regard Tristan nodded in agreement. "Let's check out a couple of these rooms to ensure we don't get trapped on the third floor," Tristan said. "I agree, but we need to be quick. They set an alarm, there could be over 100 men on us fairly quickly," Regard replied. "When they were bandits, getting the villagers back would have been enough. Now they are slavers, we know the village won't be safe until they are gone." Regard and Tristan leave the kitchen, and with bad luck were surprised to see 6 slavers enter the room at the same time they left the kitchen. The room was 15 by 15 room, open in the middle and art on the walls. The 6 slavers charge Regard and Tristan. Tristan dodges 2 of the attacks of 2 of the slavers and puts his hands on their chests and channels his mana into fire, setting the 2 men on fire. Regard parries his way in the middle of 4 of the slavers, cutting the throat of one, and splitting the other one's skull in half. The 2 slavers left attempt to strike at Regard, and the blows glance of his armor. Tristan unsheathes his sword and stabs it through one of the slavers' hearts, while Regard's last swing slid through the eye socket of the last slaver, lodging deep in his brain. The 2 men in the kitchen watched in awe as some of their captors were so easily dispatched. "Do you mind helping us hide these bodies?" asked Regard. The 2 villagers agreed quickly and began hiding the bodies in the kitchen. Regard and Tristan started to move quietly through the halls, checking room and room to ensure they didn't get trapped. They get to a final room, and there are 10 slavers sitting down eating their dinner, and as the 2 opened the door, all 10 slavers looked in their direction and began to stand up. One of the slavers reaches behind him and pulls a lever, and a loud alarm sound began to blare. As Regard moved towards the men, the alarm stopped. Half the men charged Regard while the other half charged Tristan. 2 of the slavers stood back and started to wave their arms as if they were going to cast a spell, and a look of surprise when nothing happened. 3 of the slavers took swings at Regard, their blows being deflected by his armor and sword, leaving him unhurt. Regard riposts their attacks, cutting the neck of 2 and splitting the head of the third. Tristan uses a karate blow towards one of the slavers, setting 2 slavers on fire. The third slaver swings his sword at Tristan, but the blow glances off his armor. Regard moves towards the 2 men who tried to cast spells, while Tristan draws his sword and stabs the heart of the last slaver near him. Regard cuts down the 2 unarmed slavers before they could react. The 2 turned around and saw more slavers pouring into the room. "Damn, trapped. Only thing to do now is kill them all," Tristan sighs. Regard dives and rolls across the table that goes the length of the room, landing on his feet on the other side. The slavers charge both Tristan and Regard. The 2 cut and burn their way through the slavers. As the last slaver's body hit the floor and both men let out an auditory sigh. "We need to find the leader quickly. I am not sure we can keep this up much longer," Tristan said. As they headed towards the stairs upward, they were greeted by a large muscular man wearing chainmail armor and wielding a large battle axe one-handed over his shoulder. "So, it is just you 2 that have been causing all this trouble," sneered the head slaver. "I will take pleasure in breaking you 2. Get them." The face of the head slaver went from confidence to concern when Tristan and Regard cut down his men as if they were not even there. The last 2 slavers stood between Regard, Tristan, and their leader. The head slaver drops his battle axe without a swing and begs for mercy from the 2. "What do you guys want?" Tristan states, "You and your men to leave this country and never look back. Leave your weapons." Order your men to leave the castle and we will set you and these men free. Leave all the people you have captured. It didn't take long for the slavers to evacuate the castle and be out of sight of the Tristan and Regard. Let's give this castle to the village that was being rampaged. With the walls they will be able to defend themselves, Regard said excitedly. Regard and Tristan freed the last of the slaves and gave them the weapons the slavers left behind. The two told the villagers they were going to help the move of their village to the castle. The duo traveled to the village that the slavers were ransacking and let the chieftain know what happened and that the castle could be theirs if they want. The chieftain quickly took them up on being the escort for the village to move behind the walls of the castle. After a couple days and numerous trips, the village was safely moved behind the walls of the castle. Tristan and Regard got on their horses and were thanked by the villagers as they left to head back to Kalin. The two got on the road to Kalin and looked at each other, exhausted yet satisfied. I think we ended up with about 4,000 extra irons apiece from that, smiled Tristan. And we were able to help some people along the way, Regard replied. Chapter 5 Destiny Calling. They continued to travel the road to Kalin, but the road ahead of them began to change and morph slightly. The two looked at each other knowing they should have reached Kalin already, and now the road doesn't even seem familiar anymore. They continued down the road, and as the sun set a familiar sight ahead appeared. It wasn't Kalin but the town that vanished earlier. The same two young children were in the small towers and the gate was wide open, almost inviting them to enter the town again. The two exhausted men traveled towards the entrance of the village. As they entered the village it was like before but slightly different, almost larger than before. They looked at each other confused, wondering if this is the same village. Then they saw a familiar face from before, the old man who greeted them with the same walking stick from before. Welcome back. Please rest, we have much to talk about. The kids who took the horses last time came up and took the horses again and brought them to a stable. It is late, over here is a place to stay for you two, and he walked them over to a familiar in the blue sapphire, but it wasn't in this village before, it was in the small town south of Kalin where Tristan and Regard met. As they went into the inn and there was Mary waiting behind the registrar. Mary, exclaimed Regard. Yes and no. You will have everything explained tomorrow. Just rest upstairs tonight. Mary replied. You can actually call me Lynette. Slightly confused, the two went upstairs to their room and decided it would be a good time to just relax and get their questions answered tomorrow. Regard sets him armor and sword on the stand and takes a long relaxing bath where he almost falls asleep. Tristan in his room does the same. Strangely, almost as if they were mirroring each other. The two have one of the most comfortable and relaxing nights in a long time. Not sure if it was the long days and intense battles or just the sheer comfort of the room. They both think it's probably a little bit of both. The two both enter a deep sleep. They both wake up in a cave surrounded by the people from the town where they met, and the village they are currently in. Fog creeps in along the ground which feels strangely comfortable. The crystal from the village was in the center of the cave room, while the crystals they touched were floating above them just out of reach. The two began to float in the air, and as they looked down the crystals lowered into the fog and the fog began to twist like two koi fish chasing each other's tail. The fog under Tristan turned white while that under Regard turned pitch black. Their bodies frozen, unable to move, the two went horizontal to the fog and slowly lowered into their specific colored fog. They lowered under the fog and the hard ground turned to water, but it didn't feel wet, and they could breathe. A school of white koi fish began to circle around Tristan's body, while a school of black-colored koi fish circled Regard's body. The koi fish begin to merge and turn into long skinny small dragons that begin to wrap around their bodies like boa constrictors. Instead of feeling crushed, it began to merge with their body, and when they looked at their hands, dragon claws formed, then slowly changed back to normal. The fog and water left the room and there was nothing but darkness surrounding them. The light that allowed them to see each other slowly went dim and everything went black. Regard opened his eyes and realized it was just a dream. Tristan in the room next door woke up and realized he was still in his room. The sun slowly went through the windows, letting the two know it was time to wake up and get some answers on what was going on. The two men go downstairs, and their breakfast was ready for them on a table. They both sat down to eat. Regard let Tristan know about his bizarre dream last night. Before Regard could finish the dream, Tristan told him he saw the same thing but from another angle. The two looked at each other more confused. "Hopefully, we will get some answers," stated Regard. Lynette walks up to Regard and Tristan and says Eldir is waiting for you at the temple where you saw the crystal. Regard thanks Lynette and heads towards the temple. As they walked down the main road, it was almost déjà vu, passing Wayland's and Varnsol's blacksmithing mixed in with buildings they have never seen before. As they arrived at the temple, the old man was sitting with his back towards them meditating. "Welcome, have a seat." The old man turned around and he was no longer an old man but someone who looked like he was in his 30s, with his long beard now trimmed, and his ears are now that of an elf, long and pointed almost 3 inches to the tip. "You must have many questions. We are the protectors of Straquir, the last defense against the mortal realm from those who are beyond. You are the first two in 500 years to pass our tests. We are here to help you prepare to face the upcoming storm." "What upcoming storm?" asked Regard. "Unfortunately, we can only sense that there is a possible pending evil," replied Eldir. "Why don't you take care of it yourselves?" Tristan asked. "We have been cursed that we cannot leave the village for long, since when we do we age like everyone else. The second reason is we are not all human, and if you haven't noticed, non-humans are not welcomed in many of the human cities. Especially in Bolin. What actually is going on with us?" Eldir giggles a little and smiles. "You are two sides of the same coin." He holds up an iron. "Tristan, you are a mana beacon and bringer of light. You can draw upon great power to great feats with magic. Think of yourself as the white koi fish. Regard, you are a mana vortex, and the bringer of darkness. Just like one of you is like the day and the other one the night. You are intertwined with one another from this point on. Your thoughts can be shared with one another, and you will have a general feeling of how the other is doing. Just like the koi fish chasing each other, you two are now one, just extreme one, both ends of coin. That is what has happened to you two. Who you are, that is up to you. What your chooses to use this power for will be up to you. Just to let you know, what you chose may affect how the world gets shaped." Eldir stands to his feet. "Please, follow me." He walks towards the entrance of the temple and waves for Regard and Tristan to follow. He walks the two out of the temple, and there stands Varnsol waiting for them outside. "Regard, Varnsol will take you with him. He will help you some, and Tristan, you can come with me, I will help you some." Regard walks off with Varnsol and they head towards his blacksmith shop. As they arrive and head to the back of the shop where he tested Regard earlier. "There are a couple things we need to work with to help you grow as a swordsman and a fighter. Once we hone your skills even further, there is a reason you were drawn to Stormweaver. You are the void, and Stormweaver can channel that void and trap evil within his blade." Varnsol grabs a sword, and an axe starts to spin them around. "Regard, you are truly the finest raw swordsman I have seen in the last 1000 years. Even better than myself. What I am going to show you is some maneuvers and skills that will enhance your current abilities," Varnsol explained. Varnsol handed Regard a wooden Kanzan practice sword. "Now try and hit me with that." Varnsol readied himself for Regard's attack. The attack flew at Varnsol, and with his skill he barely blocked the attack. With almost instinctual reactions and couple movement of his wrist, he was able to disarm the sword from Regard's hands. "I would say about half the time, I would be able to block your attack, and I do feel I got lucky at that time, but when I do block, my knowledge of special maneuvers gives me an advantage to not allow you to have a second or third attack." Varnsol starts to show Regard what happened during the attack step by step. After hours of training, Regard began to understand that he had much more to learn about sword battle. Tristan went back to the temple with Eldir. "Tristan, you have tons of potential both mystically and physically. I will help you strengthen your mystical powers. Being a beacon, we can enhance your potential to much more. The first part is you need to understand the power of being a beacon. Come sit next to me and close your eyes. The two sit down with their eyes closed, and for the first time Tristan truly feels the magic grow and swell inside him like waves hitting the beach almost uncontrollably. Becoming almost overwhelming, Tristan begins to sweat, and he lets out a loud scream. Now calm yourself and concentrate. Don't concentrate on the waves, but the rocks and air around the rocks. Understand you cannot control the waves, but you can control the reaction and the environment around the waves. Tristan begins to meditate again, and he sees the waves coming in. By shifting his focus, the waves begin to move in slow motion. The water begins to move unfortunately around the rocks, and for a moment Tristan felt a different kind of peace and felt in total control of everything in his surroundings. It became harder and harder for Tristan to concentrate, and the flow of magic wouldn't stop, and he broke concentration once again. Much better. We will work on this. Then you will work on acceptance and facing your past regrets. Hours of meditation and feeling how magic was flowing around him left Tristan exhausted for the night. The two warriors stumbled exhausted back to the inn. As Tristan walked into the inn, he walked past Lynette as she gave him a smirk, knowing the difficulties the two heroes went through. Sitting in the corner was Regard, drinking an ale and looking worn down. Tristan walks up to Regard, and they grab each other's forearms in greeting each other. Regard signals toward a seat for Tristan. He sits down and Lynette brings both of them their meals. Mixed vegetables with a large steak. Tomorrow should be interesting, stated Regard. Tristan agreed. The two finished their meals and went up to their rooms to clean up and get ready for the next day. The sun seemed to come early this day. Regard grabbed Soul Weaver and put his armor on and went downstairs. Tristan walked down about the same time. After a quick breakfast they walked out of the inn, and there stood Eldir and Silas. Eldir said, Regard, I need you to come with me. Silas motioned for Tristan to follow him towards the blacksmith's building. Silas looked at Tristan and said, I will be working with you in defending yourself physically. Even though you are a beacon of magic, you will need to know how to protect yourself without. Tristan quickly agreed with him. Now take this stance. Silas slightly bent his knees and took a stance slightly wider than his shoulders. The key is balance and flowing like the current of nature. Everything has flow, from air going through the trees, the birds flying to the currents under the water's surface. Tristan copies his stance. Put your wrist next to mine, now feel my flow. Tristan's wrist touches Silas's wrist, and together they moved at first in large circles, then smaller circles, to an infinity sign. The flow of magic exchanged between them. Magic sparks flew off both. This continued for hours. Regard left with Eldir and headed towards the temple. I don't do magic, why am I here? Questioned Regard. Eldir smirked and replied, the sword has and will do you well, but that is only half your power. You are also a beacon. As Tristan is a beacon of magic, you are his opposite. Where magic flows with him, with you it also flows, but in the opposite manner. Eldir walks over to the altar. Come over here. Regard moves next to Eldir. When we are done you will be able to flow your anti-chi through your sword, enhancing your ability to channel, this ability to negate spells, and even enchantments, making things magically inert. Eldir after a short pause. Sit down and relax. I want you to close your eyes to a picture of a vortex, a dark hole. Begin to investigate that vortex, feel the darkness. The emptiness gets filled within the darkness. Draw that power into you, don't let it consume you, control it. The vortex begins to wrap around the body Regard as he floated above his body. Control the darkness, don't let it consume you, let it flow through you. Regard feels the darkness begin to move within him. It started by surrounding him, but soon he was able to control the darkness, have it move from his body towards his chest to his arms. It flowed up and down his body. The next couple of hours Regard spent accepting the darkness and controlling the void. As the second day completed, Regard and Tristan headed back to the inn. Both of them exhausted from another tough day after eating quickly retired to their rooms to rest and prepare for the next day. As they exited the inn in the morning, Silas and Eldire were waiting for them outside. Eldire motioned for Tristan to follow him, and Silas told Regard to follow him. Regard was brought to a swampy area with various sized poles, everything from poles a couple feet off the ground to poles that are about 20 feet up. Regard, the final portion of your training will be enhancing your reflexes. We will start with you getting to the highest pole, without using your hands. Regard began jumping from one pole to another. Eldire brought Tristan to his study, and there was one of the townsfolk sitting in a chair. As they walked into the room, it was filled with books, tomes, and various parchments. This is the beginning of putting your magic to actual use. We are going to work with body magic first. The first spell I want you to work on is one that causes an individual to itch. Eldire begins to describe the spell and how casting it will feel. As Eldire begins casting the spell, the villager begins to itch his arm. Tristan began casting the spell. The third day finished. Regard, covered in mud, returned to the inn where Tristan was waiting for him at their table. The two discussed their day and retired for the night. The days went by one, week by week, and then month by month. After 6 months passed, they had their final day at the village. The villagers lined up as the two packed their horses and readied themselves to move forward. Eldire stated, "We have now awakened your abilities, what you do now is up to you." The two got on their horses and left the village. As they left the village and looked back, the village shimmered away and disappeared. The month of Katha is beginning, one of warmest months of the year. Chapter 6, Unexpected Detour. The two took the main road towards Vladimir, knowing it was going to be a long ride to the capital city. A couple days have passed, uneventful basic nights of hunting and setting up camp. The fourth day came by, and they continued their traveling. Late afternoon the sun began to disappear, and a heavy rain began. Thunder came loudly after lightning hit near the two. The two spotted a cave nearby that had a large opening, and they hurried in. About 20 feet in the cave and began to set up camp. The wood they were going to use for a fire was wet. Tristan pointed his finger and ignited the wood, starting a campfire. Suddenly, lightning struck at the entrance of the cave. Rocks began to fall, closing off the entrance to the cave, closing the cave off with tons of rocks and stones. Tristan and Regard examined the entrance, and it looked like it would take days to dig their way out of the cave through the entrance. Regard, look at this. They looked at the wall, and it looked like a diagram of the cave drawn on the wall, with an exit on the opposite side of cave. Looks like here is our way out of here. Let's leave the horses here while we explore. The map on the wall shows an exit on the other side of the cave and stairs down southeast corner here, explained Regard. Tristan replied, "Let's check out the exit first." The two tied down the horses towards the entrance of the cave and started on their way towards the exit that was on the northeast side of the cave. Regard looks down at the ring on his finger and lets out a sigh. Right before they left the village, Eldire stopped Regard and Tristan. "Here, take these rings, they will help you see when there is no light." Eldire reaches out and hands them 2 silver band rings that change size to fit their fingers comfortably. "Thanks," they both replied. "These rings are coming in handy," stated Regard. The two rounded their first corner that opened to a large cavern filled with large thick webs. "This can't be good," stated Tristan as he attempted to cast a spell, Sense Foe. This spell initially didn't sense anything. As they moved through the webbing and touched the sticky webbing, his spell begins to send warnings of hostiles nearby. 5 giant fury spiders surround the two, but the largest foe was sensed above. As Tristan looked up, he noticed a spider double the size of other spiders. Tristan and Regard unsheathed their swords. The spiders encircle them on all sides, cutting off any hope of escape. The large spider positions himself directly above. Tristan focuses for a moment and throws a large exploding fireball towards an adult spider directly above them. It strikes a direct blow and explodes on impact. The large spider starts to fall towards the ground and the surrounding webs quickly begin to burn away. The spiders begin to move towards Tristan and Regard aggressively. Regard lunges towards the two closest spiders, swing his sword impaling the head of the first spider while positioning himself away from the second. A third spider jumps at Regard and barely misses its attack. The second two spiders lunge towards Tristan, both missing him by inches. Regard swings his sword quickly, dispatching the second spider. Tristan plunges his sword deep into the skull of the spider that is near him. The mother spider just begins to recover from its long fall. Regard positions himself between the three remaining spiders while Tristan heads towards the mother spider. The mother spider was about 10 feet tall and 10 feet in length. Long black hair protruded from its body, furry brown stripes went down its legs. Dyer and Tristan are in the library together, standing over a scroll. This is the final spell I will be able to show you with the time that you have left here. We have focused on enhancing your firing ability and your ability to manipulate the body. This is a dangerous spell and should only be used when against vile creatures and great evils. This is a death touch. Depending on how much mana you put into the spell will be how much you can drain from a living object. This will attack them directly on their life force. The smaller the target, the less mana it will take. The larger target may take more mana. The damage to the target is ultimately temporary but can be fatal if you use enough mana. The mother spider lunges toward Tristan, its fangs dig into his armor. Tristan reaches out and lays his hand on the large spider's body and channels as much mana as he can into the beast. The magic flows from his body and into the large spider. He channeled death touch, all the spider's vital organs stopped, and its muscles contracted, instantly killing the large spider. The mother spider's body went limp and released its grip from Tristan's armor. Tristan checked his armor, and it was still intact. As Tristan turned around, Regard was finishing up the last of the spiders. The webbing around them disappearing in flames around them. "Have a feeling we are not alone in here," stated Regard. The two headed towards the exit and Tristan said, "Why don't we check out the room to our left first? Just in case something is there so it won't sneak up on us." Regard nods in agreement. They headed towards the large opening to the left. As they entered, the ground began to shake and two extremely large 10-long scorpions rose from the ground. Tristan and Regard readied their weapons. The scorpions moved quickly for their size towards the two, covering lots of ground. One scorpion headed towards Regard, the other towards Tristan. The first scorpion attempted to grab Regard with its claws. Regard slid between the claws and swung his sword, landing 2 hits that glanced off the scorpion's armored head. The second scorpion stabbed its tail at Tristan, glancing off his armor as he slid his hand towards the body of the scorpion. Tristan charged all his available mana and channeled his death touch into the scorpion. "Shit. It didn't die. I am too close to Regard for my magic to recharge for another attempt," thought Tristan. "This won't be as easy as I hoped." Tristan focused on dodging the scorpion's attacks. Regard kept swinging Stormweaver at the same spot in the scorpion's head, chipping away at its armor till an opening in the armor was made. Tristan took swings at the first scorpion as he dodged his sword, glancing off the armor of the scorpion. Regard looked at the opening he created and saw his opening and pierced his sword into the brain of the scorpion. As he pierced through the top of the scorpion's head, he noticed a soft spot underneath. The scorpion body collapsed dead. As Regard pulled out his sword, he saw Tristan deflecting and dodging the attacks of the second scorpion. Regard moved towards the second scorpion from behind, dived and rolled till he was underneath the head and thrusted his sword up where he remembered the brain was on the first. The body of the second scorpion went initially stiff and then collapsed. Regard barely rolled out of the way before the scorpion collapsed on top of him. Tristan walks out of Regard's anti-magic aura and replenishes his mana within seconds. "Seemed like they were sleeping, and we disturbed them. Bolin being so close to the dreaded wasteland, some of these creatures find their way here," exclaimed Regard. "Let's go check out the exit," said Tristan. The two went towards where the exit was shown on the wall. As they arrived at a large door that looked as if it would slide up when activated. A lever to the right of the door with a slot for 4 keys to be inserted. Tristan tried the lever, but it wouldn't budge. "Looks like we will need to find 4 keys. There are stairs to the south, I am sure they are down there." Regard replied. The two moved towards where the stairs were on the map. They saw cut out in the ground stairs going down. They were man-made and cut out with what looked like fine tools. Whoever built this must have had help from dwarves, said Regard. The two walked down the stairs and the hallway down was filled with tapestries of a large eye, a large physical being that has 3 eyes, and individuals worshipping an eye floating in the sky like the Sunday the disciples of the wandering eye created this. Tristan with a puzzled look on his face. Who? Regard said this is a group of individuals who believe that there is a being that is all-seeing and ensuring that the world is as it should be. Knowledge and understanding are their main principles. This temple looks like it has recently been abandoned. Stopping halfway on the stairs to look at one of the tapestries touching the cloth. Looks like they hired the dwarves of Bimgren to build this for them, and with the number of creatures from the dreaded wasteland here they must have been run out by them. Or something else, replied Tristan. Aren't the dwarves of Bimgren known for some of their elaborate traps and hidden doors? That makes sense why the exit we need those keys. Tristan and Regard unsheathed their weapons as they began to reach the bottom of the stairs. Got a bad feeling about this, Regard stated. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, they entered a room with glowing walls. In the middle of the room was a large millipede about 20 feet long curled in the middle of the room surrounded by broke furniture and skeletons. As the two entered the room the millipede put its head up like a snake and lunged at the two. Regard jumped left and Tristan moved right, avoiding the first attack. Tristan concentrated and created a fireball in his hand and threw it towards the armored millipede with little effect. This thing seems armored like the scorpions, yelled Regard. Regard swings at the head of the giant millipede, cutting deep into its armored head. His swings with Stormweaver found their mark easily. Seeing that fire wasn't as effective, he charged his remaining man to attack the life force of the millipede. After a couple more sword swings, Regard finished off the millipede and its body lay dead at its feet. As Tristan looked around, he found a couple gems on the ground, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 red gem. I wonder if these are worth anything. As the two looked around the room they noticed a door on the left and one to the right. Let's go through the right one, said Tristan. They opened the door and as they opened the door Tristan noticed a loose stone pallet that looks as if it can easily be pushed in and points it out. The two stand to the side of the entrance and Regard pushes in the stone with Stormweaver. Gears in the walls make clicking sounds, a large pop happened and a swish. As the two stood on the side of the door a large spear flew past them, embedding into the wall on the other side. That would have hurt, said Tristan. As they entered the next room there were 2 partial skinned bodies dressed in robes from the wandering eye with claw marks and bite marks in their body, and tapestries on the wall. The two searched the room and found a secret doorway that led to a hallway. The two kept moving in the same direction till they came to a room in a hexagon shape. On the wall there were 3 pillars. On the far left pillar are 3 discs, 1 red on top, the blue in the middle and the green on the bottom. In front of the pillars are 3 levels, 1 red, 1 blue and 1 green. Looks like moving the levers will move the discs, said Regard. Tristan tried to pull the blue and green levers and they wouldn't move. He pulled the red lever, and it had 3 separate positions. The second position, the top red disc, moved to the middle spot and the third position moved all the way to the right. Tristan moved the red disc to the second position. The green lever still didn't move, but the middle blue now would move to the third position. The red could still be moved to any position. Tristan moved the red to the third position above the blue disc. The blue disc could no longer be moved but the top disc could still move freely, and he learned now the green disc could move between the first and second pillar now. Tristan moved the red back to the first position and the blue could move above the green and the red was now able to go above the blue and green disc in the second position. Looks like if there is a disc above, the ones below cannot move and a lower disc can't be moved into a space with a higher disc. Tristan moved the red disc to the third position, the blue disc back to the first pillar. Then moved the red disc back to the first position so he could move the green disc to the third position. The red was then moved to the second position, so the blue disc could be moved to the third position, followed shortly by the red disc. As the red disc clicked into place, the door slid up and a key appeared. "Looks like we got our first key," said Regard. "Only 3 more to go. The dwarves really like their puzzles and traps, don't they?" The two looked to the south where there was an exit out of the room. They entered a hallway that was long and looked as if it was going to the far side of the underground dungeon. They followed the hallway and saw entrances back towards the north going into the rooms they already came from, and as they walked into another hexagon-shaped room, in the corner of the room a scale that had a 5-gallon jug on one scale and a 3-gallon jug on the other end of the scale. Underneath the scale is a water grate, and to the left of the scale is a waterspout with water draining into the water grate below. Chapter 7, The Red Crystal. 6 months ago, in a dwarven city of Bimgren, a figure stood out, a striking contrast to the surrounding faces. Towering at 6 feet, this imposing man possessed an ethereal quality, his alabaster skin setting him apart. Albino in essence, his hair, a fiery cascade of red, provided a vivid contrast to his colorless complexion. Clad in armor that seemed both formidable and well-worn, his frame carried a certain leanness, emphasizing the lithe strength within. The armor, a testament to battles waged, enveloped him in a sheen of resilience, catching the light in a way that mirrored his distinctive presence. His gaze, intense and unwavering, hinted at a depth of experience, while the fiery hue of his hair added a touch of vibrancy to the starkness of his albinism. In the ebb and flow of the surroundings, this albino warrior became a focal point, a captivating anomaly in the tapestry of the bustling scene. Enters the dwarven town trudging through the snow with 3 average-sized humans tied together in train by a thick rope dragging them into town. He headed directly towards the sheriff's office. There stood a dwarf, stood tall, defying the stereotypical stature of his kin. Towering above his fellow dwarves, he bore the distinct mark of experience, a prominent scar etching its way across his face, telling tales of battles fought and challenges overcome. His name, proudly displayed on a tag, read Bot Drud, a moniker that resonated with a hint of rugged resilience. The man said, "I think these are the guys you sent me out for." Bot Drud said, "Yes, those are the guys. Here is your bounty." "Pleasure, doing business." The man smirked and left with his reward. "I need new weapons and armor. Maybe I should find me a blacksmith," he mumbled to himself. He walked down the street and saw a blacksmith's shop named the Phoenix Forge. The man went into the shop. An average-sized but muscular dwarf looked at him as he entered. "Welcome, good sir, my name is Thaghwar Shatterbranch. How may I help you?" "My name is Putin, and I am looking for a weapon and armor." "Well, you have come to the right place," Thaghwar replied. "Follow me," as he walked him to a back room. "What kind of sword are you looking for?" "I am looking for a Kansan sword, something better than what I had," said Putin. "I have high-quality one right here, hand-forged by myself," stated Thaghwar as he showed him a high-quality dwarven-crafted Kansan sword, perfectly balanced and sharpened. Putin's eyes gleamed with approval, and he said, "I will take it. What armor can I get?" Thaghwar looked at him and his now emptied purse. "I have some leather armor over here that might fit you." Putin grabbed the armor and handed over most of his coins to Thaghwar. As he left the blacksmith, he noticed it was late and needed a place to stay. Thinking to himself he should find a decent hotel, and started to head towards the Golden Pegasus. He then felt his purse and realized it was fairly light, and realized that the Golden Pegasus might cost too much, and he noticed a cheaper inn was near the Golden Pegasus and went there. As he looked up, read the sign to the inn, the Lean Frog. As he walked in, he saw a tavern to the left and the registration right ahead, and stairs upwards to the rooms. Putin says, "I just need a room." As he quickly pays and goes up the stairs, he must crouch in the hallways to get to his room. A dwarven inn, he thought as he crouched down the hallway and got to the door and had to lower himself even more to enter his room. He looked around the room and everything was made for dwarves, small chairs, table, and the bed was even shorter. The large albino man took off his armor and curled himself on the bed, so he fit and fell asleep. Putin awoke after a surprisingly good sleep, and knew he needed some more work. He heard there was a tavern named the Rabbit Snake where people and nearby villages post for assistance. He gathered everything he had and headed to the tavern. When he arrived at the tavern there was a notice that stood out: rescue a girl that has been kidnapped. Putin walked up to the bartender and asked about the mission to rescue a girl. He said the village down the way the mayor's daughter is missing and is being held somewhere. The mayor knows more about what is going on. The village popped up about a mile from here. Putin takes down the directions and starts to run in that general direction. Within 10 minutes he arrived at village. As he entered the village, he noticed an inn to his right, a couple houses to the left and what looks like a mayoral house towards the center of the town on his left. A little thirsty from his travels he stopped to get a drink at the inn. As he walks into the inn at the reception desk it seems there is only one young red-headed lady working. "Hello, my name is Mary. How can I help you? Do you have lemonade?" asked Putin. Mary smiled and disappeared. "It's on the house. You look thirsty." Putin quickly let down the drink and left the inn towards the mayor's house. As he approached the mayor's house the doors swing open and there stands a tall man with dark hair. "Welcome, my name is Silas. The mayor is waiting for you." As he enters, he notices the expensive-looking paintings and sculptures lining the walls of the mayor's office. "I could probably take these, and they couldn't stop me," thought Putin. "I wonder how it would go if I punched the mayor? I probably shouldn't. I do need this money." As he got to the second set of doors Silas magically opened the door and Wayland was sitting behind his desk waiting for him. "Welcome, young man. You must be here to help us. My daughter is being held captive in a cave close by. Everyone we sent so far has never come back. The creature is blackmailing us to keep her alive. Just tell me where to go," said Putin. Wayland gave him directions where to go, and Putin left quickly. He arrived at the entrance of the cave. It was a large entrance covered in various overgrowth from the trees above. As Putin entered the cave, he noticed the walls had a slight glow. Plants on the ground seemed to be slowly crawling and eating other small animals crawling on the ground. In the middle of the room a skeleton in ringmail armor is being fed on by the plants that are moving around. Putin cleans off the skeleton of the plants and takes the armor and puts it in his backpack quickly. He notices a ring on the skeleton and as he removes the ring it changes sizes. A magic ring. Wonder what it does. As he slips the ring on his finger as he does the cave lightens up as if he was standing outside. Putin hears a scratching sound above him and as he looks up, he notices a small drake about 10 feet tall. Its body is large and from head to toe it was about 10 feet long crawling along the top of the ceiling. Putin readies his sword and takes a defensive stance in preparation for the drake's attack. The drake walks along the ceiling circling Putin while Putin keeps repositioning himself. The drake drops to the ground and hisses, "Prepare to die." "I guess talking about this is out of the question," snarks Putin. The drake leaps toward Putin attempting to strike him with his claws. Putin deflects the claws from his body and does 2 quick strikes to the body of drake leaving large cuts in its body. The creature lets out a loud roar. Putin sidesteps the drake and sees an opening on its neck. He takes a large swing and decapitates the drake in one swift motion. The drake's body goes limp, and its head falls nearby. As he looked forward there was thin crevice that led to a room to the left that had a slight red glow and to the right is a larger walkway to a different part of the cave. Putin headed to the room with the slight glow. As he entered the room, he saw a red floating crystal. "This looks expensive." As he reached out and touched the crystal, it disappeared, and his hand began to glow red as the red light began to travel up his arm. Putin screamed, "Aw shit, I am going to die. Oh God, I am too young. Done in by a crystal." The red glow encompassed his body, then as soon as the glow started it dissipated. Putin looked around and the room no longer had its red glow. That was weird. What the hell happened? I need to go find that woman and get out of here. As he walked towards the room, he saw a young lady in a wicker cage asking him to help her. As he walked up, he grabbed the door and gave it a pull, the door of the cage and ripped it from its hinges as if it was a child's toy. That was much easier than I could have ever thought. Am I stronger? As he looks to the woman in the cage, they both dissipate into thin air. As the lady disappeared, he felt his money purse gain weight, and it looks as if all 2,000 irons got transported in there. Putin left the cave and headed back to the village, and when he arrived where the village should be, it was no longer there. Confused, he went back to Bergeron and went to see Thakhwar. Thakhwar saw the tall albino and said, "Welcome, my friend. How may I assist you today? I have this ring mail I found. Can you resize this to fit me? And I was wanting to sell the leather armor I bought from you." Thakhwar looks at the leather and the ring mail. "I can do this. Since the leather armor has been used, I will give you 200 for it, and the ring mail will be about 700. Give me a couple hours and it will be ready." As Thakhwar worked on the ring mail and Putin waited, he walked around the shop lifting things and being shocked. He walked up to one of the anvils and lifted it easily. As he lifted the anvil, a look of shock came across his face, being able to lift the anvil so easily. Thakhwar walked back in with the ring mail. "Here you go, have a good day." Putin left the blacksmith and headed toward the Golden Pegasus for a good night's sleep. As he walked into his room, he got ready and slept in a normal-sized bed for the night. In the morning he decided he would head towards Gunsteiner. Putin went to the local stables and purchased a horse, his name Philippe. He began his trip towards Gunsteiner knowing this would be 5-6 day trip. Towards the end of the trip Putin came to a town, and looking for a place to stay he decided this was his best option. As he entered the sound he looked to the right and noticed a familiar into his right and to his left, Mayor Whalen's house. As he walked up to Whalen's house and as he arrived the doors swung open and there stood Silas waiting for him at the door. "Putin, we have been waiting for you, please go to the inn and relax, we will explain everything tomorrow. It is late. I would prefer answers now, but I guess I will wait." Putin went back to the inn and Lynette was waiting for him with food and drink. He sat down and ate. He grabbed his key and went to bed. As Putin slept, he was surrounded by flames, but they were not hot. The ground shot up around him in jagged rocks then enveloped him. He moved through the volcanic rock and came out on top of a mountain surrounded by lava. Fire erupts around him covering the sky in flame. As he stood on the mountain the sky faded black and he slowly woke up in the morning. The next morning, he woke up and saw waiting for him in front of the inn was Silas and Thakhwar. "We are the protectors of Stakwir. We defend the mortal realm from those that are not. The red beacon has made you the beacon of strength. What happens between mortals is not really our own business. The upcoming storm is near, and we need our champions to prepare for the fight ahead." Silas said, "We don't know what the storm will be, but only that the threat is near." Silas explained to Putin, "Our job is to prepare you to maximize your skills and ability to prepare. Today you will be going to Thakhwar, I will work with you tomorrow." Thakhwar motioned for Putin to follow him. "I am going to teach you our way. The concept is to be up close and personal. While the elves are about being the wind and water watching the flow, we are unmoving and closing the gap. Most weapons and attacks need distance to be effective, we will maximize your strength in short, quick and direct attacks. We will also use grappling and various locks to immobilize and incapacitate others." The two ready themselves and as Putin strikes, Thakhwar closes the distance, blocking the blow and countering his attack with a vicious throw, locking and incapacitating Putin. After hours of training a tired Putin returned to the inn preparing for the next day. 5 months passed and Putin packed up his gear and left the village. Chapter 8 The Escape. Tristan and Rigard stare at the second puzzle for the key A scale with a 5-gallon pot and a 3-gallon pot. The dwarves of Bimgren are known for their elaborate traps and puzzles. Stated Rigard. On the wall they see a plaque with a riddle on it: "In all things I take no side, it is in the center I reside. My presence is fair, often required for some to share. If you lose me you shall fall, with me you can stand tall." The two looks at the riddle and the scales. "It looks like we need to balance these two jugs on the scales," said Tristan. Tristan began filling the jugs and then began emptying them to try and get a balance, but somehow doesn't seem to be getting it to work right. "I think we need to use the jugs to get the exact measurements." The two filled the 5-gallon jug full and poured 3 gallons into the 3-gallon. Then emptied the 3-gallon jug again. Then pour the 2 gallons into the 3-gallon jug. They then filled the 5-gallon jug again. Then filled the 3-gallon jug, leaving 4 gallons in the 5-gallon jug and the 3-gallon jug being full. They placed the two jugs on the scales, and soon after the key slot opened, and the second key became available. "2 down and 2 to go," said Regard. The two left the room to the right, peeking around and being wary of their surroundings, entering a large room with tattered and broken furniture and ripped tapestries on the wall. In the corner, hanging from a post, a 2-foot golden cage. As they got closer to the cage, a small female humanoid with wings and a slight goldish glow, a fairy. "Excuse me. Can you get me out of here?" asked the fairy as she crossed her arms and tapped her foot on the bottom of the cage. "What?" replied Tristan. "It's simple, just get me out of this cage." "I don't know if I can make what I am saying any clearer," stated the fairy. "Hurry, because I have been in her way too long." "How did you get in there?" asked Regard. "Duh, the people brought me in here," said the fairy. "What happened here?" asked Tristan. "How would I know? I've been in this cage the whole time." "Now can you release me?" begged the fairy. Tristan walked up to the cage and started examining it. A combination lock on the bottom, and next to the combination lock is a small keyhole. "You wouldn't know where the key is?" asked Tristan. "If I knew that, do you think I would still be in here?" said the fairy. "You are a bossy little thing, aren't you?" replied Tristan. Tristan removed his lockpick set and started working on the lock of the cage. It didn't take him long and a lock was released. The bottom of the cage fell down about a 1/4 inch. As Tristan looked, he noticed a thread and began turning from the bottom of the cage to the left. The bottom was soon released, and the fairy flew out of the cage. "Ha ha, good luck, idiots," and flew off towards the exit, its laughter being heard as the fairy flew away. "That thing was rude," stated Tristan. Tristan looked back at the cage, and it quickly rusted and started falling apart as if it was cursed. The two backed away from the cage and looked at each other. Regard, followed by Tristan, left the room and went along the hallway with a door at the far end. As they walked down the hallway, they noticed demon writings scratched into the wall with what looked like knives or claws. As they went down the hallway, Tristan noticed the floor had lettering on the floor and written on the wall another riddle. "I am buried when I am alive, but dug up when I am dead." "Plants," exclaimed Tristan as he spelled out the word plants on the ground and found an easy path through the trap. Almost to the door, the two know if they must turn around, they need to be careful. As they get close to the door down the hallway, Tristan and Regard get wary about their movement and try to be silent. Tristan slowly props open the door and he sees 5 large humanoid creatures with black skin all around them. They are all hunched over a body, laughing and ripping pieces from it. The creatures are about 8 feet tall, muscular yet slender. Their fingers on their hands are long with talons protruding from the ends of their fingers about 4 inches long. Their faces are long and skinny with no nose, and when they open their mouths 2-inch razor-sharp teeth fill their mouth. "Looks like dessert has arrived," one of the demons said. Another demon smiled and laughed. Tristan closed the door and quickly started heading up the hallway. They got about 15 feet down the hallway when the door opened and the two realized there was no getting out of this combat. Tristan readied an exploding fireball to throw at the 5 demons near each other as Regard begins to step down the hallway towards the demons with his Stormweaver drawn. "Normal weapons won't work on these beasts," yells Tristan. "Luckily Stormweaver isn't a normal weapon," smirks Regard. 2 of the demons threw a lightning strike at Regard, and a couple feet into his aura the spell dissipates and doesn't reach its mark. "What is this?" exclaimed one of the demons who did not ready their claws. Tristan lets go of the exploding fireball that hits every one of them since they were close to each other. The demons hold their positions as Rigard continues to advance towards them. As Rigard got closer to the demons, they realized they were no longer able to use their magical abilities and prepared for a fight. Tristan lets out another exploding fireball, but it doesn't do what he thinks it does. As he casts the spell and throws it at the demons, it dissipates, but for some reason, he still sees it fly towards the demons for a direct hit. Rigard masterly moved towards one of the demons with a perfect swing, cleaves one of the demon's skulls in half, immediately killing the beast. The second demon swings at Rigard with his claws, cutting deep into his left shoulder, causing Rigard to wince in pain from the wound. Any more of those hits and it might actually kill me, thought Rigard. I can't use exploding fireball anymore since Rigard has closed the distance. I've been practicing throwing spells, I wonder if I can throw Death Touch at them. Tristan casts Death Touch and Spell Missile together and throws it toward the furthest demon. The spell hits its mark, and the demon falls to the ground dead. As the demon began to fall, Tristan thought to himself, this will work, and being outside of his mana drain, I can actually replenish myself after each attack. Two of the demons stepped back away from the doorway entrance so they cannot be seen by Tristan. Rigard stepped forward and landed a solid hit on the demon that struck him, severely wounding it, and it let out a loud roar. Tristan let out another Death Touch spell and it landed directly at the demon Rigard struck, killing the demon immediately. Rigard plants his right foot and stabs through the eye the demon out of Tristan's view, hitting him directly in the brain, killing that demon. The demon to the right of the door begins to lunge towards Rigard and trips over one of his compadres and stumbles in front of the door. Tristan readies his spell and throws it at the demon, hitting him again, but the beast doesn't fall this time. Rigard pulls his sword out of the eye of the one demon and swings it around, decapitating the head of the final demon. Looking around, the demons' bodies begin to melt almost instantly after they were killed, leaving black stains on the floor. As they walked up to the bodies that were being devoured by these beasts, the armors and weapons were broken and only thing left was a couple irons laying on the floor. It seemed apparent that these demons ran through the temple, destroying everything they could find and causing torment to those who couldn't escape in time. The cage that held the fairy was magical and it protected the fairy from their carnage, or the demons enjoyed torturing a fairy. After applying some self-aid to himself for the wound he received from the demons, the two continued to move on, and as they continued following a winding hallway, they entered the puzzle for the third key. On the wall, the numbers on the wall 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and two sets of tumblers numbered 0 to 9 followed. The riddle stated, I have two factors, I am positive and not negative, I am whole and never separated. The two saw this and quickly moved the first set to 11 and the second to 13. Sometimes you get lucky, said Rigard as the third key became apparent. Exiting to the east, they followed the hallway, and the final puzzle was there. It was square with a plus in the middle of the square with slots to move the wood slabs that made up the shapes. The plaque next to them stated the power of 3 will give you the key. Tristan moved one of the wood slots to a corner, then moved the second. Rigard moved the third to a random spot. The wood slab sunk back into the wall and appeared as before. Looks like we only get 3 moves to make 3 squares, said Rigard. Tristan and Rigard looked at the wall for a moment. Rigard moved the first piece to the middle outside slot. Tristan then moved a corner, and Rigard moved the third into the final spot, making 3 squares as the pieces sunk back in the final key, which they grabbed quickly. The two spent about an hour walking through the rest of the temple to notice that the only things that were left were skeletal remains, broken weapons, armor, and destroyed valuables. As they left the temple, they secured their horses. The two matched up the keys and turned them all one after another. Loud clicking sounds arose, locks moved out of their positions, and the sound of chains being rolled filled the cave and was almost deafening. The solid door that blocked the way opened towards a path that led away from the cave. They traveled for about 2 days and the weather was fair. They arrived at their next stop on the way to Vladimir, the city of Hoffen. It is a large city, just a bit smaller than Kalin. The streets were filled with individuals going about their daily lives. The walls of the country were filled with positive information about the mayor of the city. Everything from how he invented farming and began hunting when he was 3 years old to being able to slaying a bear with his bare hands. Everyone was wearing armbands. A sign says don't forget your armband to proclaim your allegiance to the mayor. As the two entered the city, everyone seemed happy and welcoming of the two strangers to their town. "Do you hear that faint sound?" asked Regard. "What do you hear?" responded Tristan. "It sounds like signing." Tristan began to concentrate as hard as he could for a split second. He thought he heard something, but it soon was silence. "I don't hear anything." As they started to go further in the city, a portal opened about 15 meters in front of them, and walked through the portal was an average height man that had long hair and a handlebar mustache walked through. He was wearing Eodir mage garb, with a large hat and various gems around him. "Brother, we are being called back home for an emergency." "Ager, I have given up my inheritance, and anything to do with them years ago." Regard replied. "You have an obligation to at least hear them out. It should not take more than a week. Your friend can relax and do what he pleases while he waits. He probably needs the rest anyway. You have always been so uptight." "Fine," replied Regard. "This is weird, you seem to be negating all magic. Looking at Tristan, and you are a beacon? This is fascinating. Let's go to this coffee shop, and I can explain there." Ager begins to talk to the two how there is a science to magic, and it is not just mysterious all the time. That they have been studying how magic flows from high magic to non-magic areas, and that a spell retains its power from the mana source it originates from. Let me simplify this for you. Let's number mana zones from 0 to 4. 0 is a no mana zone and magic can't be cast in that area. 1 is a low mana zone and it takes more individual effort to cast spells in that area. 2 is normal mana zone, spells are cast normally. 3 is a high mana zone and those that cast spells get their mana back immediately after, and 4 is very high zone. This is where spellcasters can get their mana back immediately and it takes half the effort to cast spells. "So, I am a 0 then?" Regard asked. "No, you are a -2 and that shouldn't exist." Ager replied. "Tristan, you are a beacon and I have only seen objects get imbued with temporary boost to individuals' magic, which can only be used in short couple time uses. You shouldn't exist either. How did this happen? I must know." As Tristan was about to answer, Regard interrupted him quickly and said, "We have no idea how this happened. I guess we just got lucky. We should probably be going. Mom and Dad are waiting." "I guess you are right. Do you mind, Tristan, if I use you as boost so we can get out of here?" Tristan quickly agrees. "Brother, do you hear anything?" asked Regard. Ager paused for a moment. "Nothing, but then again you have always been particular." Ager grabs Tristan's shoulder and quickly casts a portal, and the two step through the portal and it disappears. Tristan decided he needed to find a place to stay, so as he walked down the street, he came to an inn called the Hot Seagull Inn. A restaurant and a bar were on the first floor and the reception desk was in front as he walked into the inn. A tall man with blonde hair and a dark mustache was behind the desk. He was wearing typical dress attire for a professional. "How may I help you, sir?" "I am looking for a room for a week," said Tristan. The man told him it would be a 100, and he gave him his room key as he walked upstairs and settled in and began to make plans. What he wanted to have done before Regard came back from his family trip. How weird was that? Thought Tristan. Chapter -9 The Family Affair. 2 decades ago, in a courtyard secluded behind imposing walls, 3 siblings engaged in play. The eldest, Thepuk, was 10, the middle child, Ager, 6, and the youngest, Regard, a mere 3. Their game of swordsmanship, brandishing sticks as weapons, echoed through the air. "Thepuk, go easy on Regard, he's only 3. Ager interjected as the youngest brother valiantly swung his stick. "Ager, he's holding his own already," Thepuk responded, Regard executing a skillful feint before delivering a solid hit between Thepuk's legs, eliciting a surprised reaction from Ager. Laughter ensued, with Ager remarking, "That's what you get." A frail old servant approached, clad in typical servant garb. "Sires, your parents are waiting, dinner is ready." Thepok rose, and the trio sprinted toward the castle side entrance, passing through the servants' quarters and the kitchen before arriving at the dining room. Inside, a beautiful woman with dark black hair and a yellow royal dress awaited. Laughing, "You boys are filthy. Go clean up before your father sees you," she chided, her hand resting on her pregnant belly. A tall man, adorned in typical royal attire, entered. He sported long dark hair, a full beard, and a long sword at his side. "Let me guess, they've been outside. They need to be learning their royal duties," he remarked. "They are still children," Matha, Araha, the woman, defended. "Araha, I will not be around forever, and our land needs to be taken care of effectively," Matha countered. "It will be fine, let them be children for now," Araha insisted. Matha momentarily looked down and away, then broke into a smile. "The emperor is calling all us emirs to the capital next week. This could be serious. Here are the children, let's not talk about this." The family sits down for dinner and the servants serve their meals. 10 years have passed, the grounds of the castle have not been upkept as much as they should have been, and only a few servants remained around. Standing in the courtyard, Thepok, Regard, and Matha. Araha with a young girl is looking through a window from the third floor. Regard had a Kazan sword at his side. "I am leaving. You cannot stop me," yelled a young Regard. "You leave, you will never be welcomed back," yelled his father. "Leave, brat, we don't need you here." Thepok sneered as blood dripped from his forehead. Matha looked angrily at his eldest son. "I don't need anything from any of you," as Regard began to exit the castle gates. A large man wearing heavy armor and their family crest on his chest, a shield in the center with 2 red dragons crawling, one on the left and the other on the right with red and yellow stripes along the shield, stepped in front of him, blocking his exit from the grounds. "Savar, you have not been able to beat me for the last year. I have to try, your father doesn't want you to leave," Savar said. As he was about to draw his sword, Regard quickly drew his weapon, pointing it at his heart. "Savar, stand down. Let him go," Matha said. Regard sheathed his sword and walked out the front gate. He looked back for a moment to notice his mother and sister crying from the window they were watching. Turned around and kept walking, leaving the castle behind. The first night was difficult since all he had was his sword. He was able to kill a small rodent and start a fire in which he overcooked it, but still ate it, then falling asleep under a nearby tree. A couple days passed and he was able to get to a port city and found passage on the first ship he could, working his way towards North Otros. The ship, he shadowed the seasoned sailors, quietly observing their maneuvers and techniques. Despite his tender age of 13, the crew marveled at his prowess with a blade as he effortlessly outperformed every seasoned sailor on the vessel. The swiftness of his swordplay and the precision of his moves left the experienced seafarers in awe, their admiration echoing through the ship like a testament to the extraordinary skill of this young swordsman. "Captain Bellamy! Watch this," screamed one of the sailors, capturing the attention of the entire crew. Regard brandished a wooden sword, mirroring an opponent among the pirates. Surrounding the two, the sailors engaged in a lively spectacle of bets, drinks, and laughter, creating an impromptu arena aboard the ship. As the elder pirate advanced with a menacing strike, the 13-year-old Regard effortlessly parried the attack. In a swift countermove, he delivered 2 rapid strikes, one to the pirate's stomach and the second to the back of his neck, compelling him to kneel. The raucous scene elicited a divided response from the crew, with half cheering and others groaning at the unexpected outcome. "Child! Come here," bellowed Captain Bellamy, his voice cutting through the revelry, beckoning Regard to step forward amidst the aftermath of the spirited bout. "Yes, sir," was the quick reply. "Let's go to my cabin." As they walked into the cabin, "Why are you with us?" You have obviously had royal training. I disowned by my family, and I am trying to find someone who can teach me the way of the sword. Regard replied, ever since I could walk, I had a natural talent with swords. I hear that there are masters in North Otros that can help. You have a talent. Renwick is one of the best fighters on my ship and you treated him as if he didn't know anything. You stay with us for a while, we can show you some things, and you can help us with some big scores. Regard nods in agreement. The two exit the captain's chamber. Listen up, you scum. Welcome our newest cabin boy, Regard. The crew cheered. The next couple years Regard fought side by side with Captain Bellamy, protecting the ship from government battleships and other pirates. In the free time he was given books on math and common. He became the son to all the men on the ship they never had. The day finally came as they ran into port in North Otros in a port town called Tabukar. Captain Bellamy kept his word and introduced Regard to a man who could take him to a temple to learn the way of the sword. Days passed as they finally came to a large temple guarded with heavy gates and fence that surrounded the temple. An elderly man with light brown skin in a flowing golden robe meets them at the entrance. Regard gets out of the carriage with his sword on his side. As he enters the temple, the gates close behind him. The man who transported him there left him to learn from these monks. Back in the present day, the portal opens and out steps Ager and Regard. Regard looks around and they are in a temple he recognized from a child. I never thought I would come back to this country. I thought we were going to see our parents. Why did we stop here? They are not expecting you, a lot has happened. I thought it would be good for us to talk for a while. I picked this temple because it has been abandoned for years, we could get here unseen. Ager motions for Regard to follow him. He comes to a closet and pulls out a black hooded cape. Put this on so I can get you in to see father. He seems to be very upset with you. So, what happened after I left? Regard asked. You were hidden away in your room studying. After you disrespected him and decided to leave. Mother and father argued for a while. She told him he needed to not be so prideful, otherwise he wouldn't lose a son. The emperor called all the emirs to arms to fight the Bolan army. As you know, they battled for years till both kingdoms requested a ceasefire. Regard put the hood over his head, partially covering his face. Father got injured during the battles, and Thumpak became the leader of our city, and father became just a figurehead. Thumpak always was extremely ambitious. He always wanted things his way even when we were kids. Said Regard. Thumpak tried to make some political moves to better our family's standing, by increasing our land through conquest. This started a feud with another emir. The two walked towards the exit of the abandoned temple. The temple is about a mile from the castle gates and the two begin their walk to the home he swore never to return. As revenge for Thumpak's actions, the emir took our sister captive and is going to force her to marry one of his sons to gain rights to our city. As compensation for marrying his son, our land becomes his as per the emperor's law from old. As you know, the only way to stop this marriage is by the Vannon. I will help our sister Regina escape from a life of slavery. I care little about what happens to our family home. Where did you learn so much about magic? Asked Regard. I was studying magic here even a couple years before you ran off. I was able to talk father into letting me further my education in the country of Eodir. He paid for me to go. There was a quick study, where I learned the physics of magic, how it interacted in different environments. This quick study gave a good foundation to expand my knowledge. While there I kept in touch with mother and talked to father once in a while. Thumpak had no interest in keeping in touch. I know mom will be happy to see you, father will be reluctant. I think he will come around. Thumpak's jealousy most likely will come through. He always thought of us as competition and enjoyed that we were no longer around. Honestly, I thought you were dead up till about 3 years ago. I learned to scry for individuals and the first thing is I grabbed one of the few items that mother was holding onto of yours and found you. I saw you were a great swordsman helping others and knew it wasn't time yet to talk with you. I saw the greed of Thumpak and our father and knew I didn't want follow in their footsteps. Ever since father lost his leg, he realized that what he was striving for wasn't important and he lost what was actually most dear. They arrived at the castle gate and Savar and a couple men were guarding the entrance. Ager, who is with you? I found a great warrior who can help us get my sister back from Sharak. Please let us through. Savar stepped aside and tried to peer under the hood but couldn't make out his face. Savar followed Regard and Ager to the family chamber. As they arrived in the chambers, Regard saw his mother sitting next to the Thumpak on the family thrones. His father was sitting in the advisor's spot missing his right leg and holding his crutch. I found someone who can help get our sister back. A strong warrior. Ager nodded to Regard, and he removed his hood. Arahi, their mother, begins to tear and try to stand as Thumpak put his arm across her chest to motion for her to remain seated. Mathis stood up with his right crutch under his arm with a face of shock. Thought you were dead. Why do you bring him before us? He is still the brat who left us 10 years ago. We don't need him. Savar escorted him out. Wait, he is here to help. He can be our champion as per trial by combat for our sister's honor. It's a win-win for you, my brother. If he fails, you don't lose any soldiers. If he is successful, he will leave and be gone like before. You know Savar, who is our best fighter, is too old to be the champion. Bring out the challenge swords. Ordered Thumpak. Let's see if he is worthy of being the champion like you think. Savar, get 3 of your best men. As Savar leaves, he looks at Regard and smiles as he puts his hand on his shoulder as he passes. Hope you are as good as Ager thinks. Glad you're alive, young master. We will show you no mercy. You shall soon see, whispered Regard. As Savar left the chamber, a rack full of Kazan swords on them without edges on them gets carried in. As it is set down, Regard takes off his cloak, folds it and sets Stormweaver on top of it. He approaches the rack of swords and looks carefully at them, grabs 2 different ones and compares the balance, quickly picking a sword. It didn't take long for Savar to return with 3 soldiers who quickly grabbed a sword and readied themselves. Thumpak sat back smugly in his chair. Savar asked, who do you want fight first? Regard responded, let's make it somewhat fair, all 4 of you at once. Savar walked up and grabbed the sword. Savar and the 3 soldiers began to encircle Regard. As the first soldier began to attack, he slipped through the attack, landing a blow directly between the eyes, almost instantly knocking the soldier out, and he fell to the ground. The second and third soldiers attacked the back of Regard. Regard stepped to the left, swung his sword around, parrying both attacks, then swinging a blow at the second soldier, making him immediately fall unconscious to the ground. Continuing his swing, he hit the third soldier in the temple area, knocking him unconscious. Savar swung at Regard. The attack was easily parried. Regard maneuvered his sword to disarm Savar and began a strong swing upwards as Savar's weapon flew from his hands. The blow went hard between Savar's legs, stopping no more than a half-inch from his groin. Am I good enough? Yelled Regard. Ager smiled, knowing no one was a match for him. Savar had a look of shock on his face. Thumpak looked disappointed that his men were so easily beaten. Brother, send a challenge. Let them know your brother will fight for your sister in ritual combat. Send one to the emperor so Sharak cannot refuse. Fine, he can stay in his old room. Thumpak ordered. Arahi stood up and went to Regard and gave him a hug. You have grown into a strong young man. We need to catch up on what happened after you left. We all thought you were dead. Savar motioned for Regard to follow him as they left the chamber. What you did was amazing. I have never seen anything like that. You could take over my position and lead this family to greatness again. I am here for my sister only. I have no desire for anything from my inheritance or my family. It is good to see you again. Sorry on how I treated you the last time we met. As they got to Regard's room, Regard hung his cowl, Stormweaver, and his body armor up on a stand. Regard began rummaging through his room, picking up an old stick he used to use as a sword. I left it as you had it, just in case you would come back. He said, now give your mother a hug, and tell me about what happened. The two hugged and then his mother sat down on the bed. Come tell me about it. Regard started with how tough the first night was and that he burned his meal the first night. The next couple days were not bad, and he told her about his time with the pirates and then the temple in North Otros. He then told her about his time after he left the temple and began going on quests to help those who were defenseless. There were some close calls fighting monsters that snuck over to Bolin, and now he has his first real friend in Tristan, and that he needs this to end quickly so he can get back to him to fight the invasion of monsters from the dreaded wasteland. His mother told him about his father and brother, how Thumpak took over and basically is running everything, not even listening to his father's advice. The two talked a couple hours, and she left him. Regard soon went to sleep. It is weird laying in this bed again. The next morning as Regard woke up, Ager knocked and walked into his room. We got a response, and in 4 days we will go to a neutral site where you will face their champion. Rest and do whatever you need to prepare. Regard spent the next couple days talking with Ager and his mother Arahi, bringing back memories of the good times before he felt he had to leave the family. The days passed quickly, and Regard got ready. Putting on his armor and cloak while ensuring Stormweaver is securely tied to his side. Ager arrived in Regard's room. I have about 4 of these mana stones, stand over there while I cast this portal. I think it is best if we don't tell anyone about your mana draining abilities. I am the only one who will be affected by them. Regard moves to the edge of the room as Ager uses up one of his mana stones and casts portal to the neutral arena. The two walks through the porta and Ager quickly positions himself out of the range of Regard. The two looked around and they saw Sharik's army positioned on one side of the arena and the army of his brother on the other side. Sharik standing near his army appears to be a contradiction in terms of appearance and demeanor for someone of royal standing. He presents himself as rather average in height, standing at around 5 feet 6 inches, and his hair, lighter than typical, frames his face untidily. His beard, though present, lacks fullness, giving him a slightly unkempt look. His demeanor stands out more than his physical appearance. Sharik's mannerisms often tend toward inconsiderate or unconventional behavior, creating an impression that seems unfitting for someone of royal lineage. Despite his noble status, his manners might suggest a lack of refinement or adherence to traditional etiquettes expected of royalty. Overall, Sharik's appearance, behavior, and attire present a distinct contrast, revealing a character who might challenge conventional notions of royalty through his demeanor and style, despite his privileged background. The Emperor of Lumdries was standing in front of a throne. The Emperor of Lumdries stands tall, around 6 feet in height, carrying himself with a dignified air befitting his position. His thick, dark black hair cascades down his shoulders, his attire reflects the regal splendor of the era, adorned in royal garments. A luxurious robe, richly embroidered with intricate patterns and adorned with ornate golden threads, drapes elegantly over his frame. The fabric, a testament to skilled craftsmanship, shimmers with opulence under the light, showcasing his noble status. The strands are meticulously groomed, with subtle waves framing his face, emphasizing his commanding presence. Beneath the resplendent robe, he wears finely tailored tunic and trousers, also embellished with intricate designs that hint at the opulence of Lumidrician royalty. His attire, although lavish, exudes a sense of authority and grace, symbolizing his power and position as the Emperor of Lumidries. Standing behind him looks like one of his advisors, a man that carries an air of intimidation with sharp and piercing eyes that could look through someone. His skin is slightly darker than those around him with a tint of yellow. His face having sharp angular facial features, and a strong jawline that is uncommon for those from Lumdries. His presence almost overshadows that of the Emperor standing in front of him. And his troops were on another side of the arena. Thumpak and Sharik walk towards the Emperor and each sit on both sides of the Emperor and his advisor. Sitting in front of the Emperor was Regard's sister Regini, bodies a striking beauty with her long, dark hair cascading gracefully down her back, framing her fair and flawless complexion. Her face boasts symmetrical features that enhance her natural allure. Her captivating appearance, combined with an innate elegance, makes her an enchanting presence in any setting. The emperor stands up and so does everyone else in the stands. The emperor motions for everyone to take their seats. Today, we follow a ritual that has kept our country strong. A way to settle disputes without loss to our overall military might. The petitioner Thumpak challenged Sharik to ritual combat by champion yelled the emperor Thumpak has chosen his champion, and Sharik has chosen his. As per the law Sharik chose to the death, and an outside champion from the Imperial Guard. A colossal figure, towering at a formidable 6 feet 8 inches, strode into the arena. Clad in imposing plate armor and wielding a massive battle axe, he made a grand entrance by effortlessly cleaving a nearby fence in half with a single swing. The resonating impact echoed through the air as the man saluted the emperor, a gesture promptly mirrored by Rigard. "Let the battle begin," declared the emperor, setting the stage for a clash of warriors. Without a moment's hesitation, the towering man swung his axe towards Rigard. Displaying remarkable agility, Rigard executed a seamless backflip, narrowly evading the lethal strike. As the man attempted a second swing, Rigard sidestepped, simultaneously drawing the ominous Stormweaver from its sheath, a black blade that demanded attention. Ager, perceptive to the magical attempts against Rigard, noticed a mage struggling with body spells, realizing the futility without a mana stone. A confident smile played on Ager's lips, recognizing the strategic advantage. In the ensuing exchange, Rigard's blows proved futile against the formidable armor of his opponent. Undeterred, the massive soldier unleashed another swing, which Rigard skillfully parried. However, keen observation revealed a subtle crack where the plate met the helmet. Rigard seized the opportunity, deflecting a subsequent attack that left the soldier off balance. Swiftly, Rigard exploited the weakness, slicing through the crack in the armor. The soldier's head fell, the helmet clattering to the ground before the lifeless body followed suit. The emperor, soldiers, and spectators alike stood in stunned silence at the unexpected turn of events. The emperor reluctantly rose, acknowledging the outcome. As per the law, Regina Kingsbury will be released to the champion, and all feudal actions must cease immediately. Sharik unchained Regina, who sprinted towards her relieved parents. Ager, utilizing another mana crystal, opened a portal for his family and Rigard to pass through, leaving the arena in the wake of the astonishing victory. "Son, can I convince you to stay for a short while? At least let me have a feast in your honor. Your mother told me all you have been doing and I am proud of the honorable man you have become. Please just 1 or 2 more days." His mother begged. Rigard stayed for a couple days and reunited with his family. They had a large meal and he told stories of some of his adventures. Parts of them when he was with his friend Tristan, some when he was young with Bellamy, and his training in the temple. The days passed and it was time for Rigard to reunite with his friend Tristan. "Stand back, I am going to make a portal back to Hoffn. I promise you he will come back more to visit." The portal opens and Ager and Rigard walk through the portal, and it closes behind them. Chapter 11. A City of Deception. Putin was traveling on his horse towards one of the port cities near Gunstinar. During the days of travel Putin came up to a medium-sized town knowing he needed to get some rest. He stopped by an inn named the Old Ferry. As Putin went in, it looked like a bar that was popular with the locals. He walked up to the registrar and got himself a room for the night. Deciding to get some food, he sits at the bar with some old men from the town. "Haven't seen you here before. You're tall, and white," the drunk man said. "What can I get you?" asked the bartender. "Get me a whiskey, and a meat sandwich with double the meat," Putin replied. The large gray-haired man couldn't stop staring at Putin and his abnormal size and color. "Where you are going? You planning to travel long?" "I am supposed to head to Bolin. I hear there is lots of money to make there. It might be good to see my home country also." "Going to be a long journey, thought. We have a travel center down the road, Marin Travel." I would say check it out, might be worth a trip to check out. Slurred the old man. Let me buy you a drink. Wish you well on your journey. The two shared a drink. They both downed their drinks quickly, and soon a second. Let's do this, I bet you 50 irons you pass out and quit before me. Putin quickly agreed to the competition. The two moved to a large table, the people in the bar started to stand around the two. Drink after drinking, the two matched each other. The old man a couple times almost passed out but was able to keep his wits about it. The two slammed down a drink, and as they both put their glasses down, they both passed out simultaneously. A couple minutes later they both woke back up. One more. The old man says. Definitely. Putin replied as they both finished the drink. The old man passed out again. Is he going to be okay? We got him, said the bartender. His wife will be here soon to drag him home. I feel sorry him tomorrow when she gets a hold of him, but he is used to it. Putin worked his way up to his room, managed to get his armor and sword away, before passing out on his bed for a deep sleep. The next morning Putin woke up with a slight headache and dryness in his mouth. Going to avoid nights like that for the foreseeable future, mumbled Putin. As he walked downstairs and towards his faithful horse Philippe, he decided to go to the travel center. As he entered the shop, a man dressed in high-class wizard robes was sitting behind a desk, and quickly stands up. Welcome, I am Marin. How may I assist you today? I was told to check out this place, since I was trying to get to Bolin. Pudding said. Is it just you? Asked Marin. Where in Bolin? Just put me where people are for right now. Putin replied. You are the stranger who beat Otto in the drinking contest, aren't you? Yes, he had some tolerance. I don't think I couldn't have lasted much longer. He is a good guy. Laughed Putin. You seem like a good man yourself. I can get you to Bolin for 800. Marin offered. He quickly agreed to the offer, and the two walked towards a small clearing in the back, and with a couple quick movements of his hand he opened a portal with a busy city on the other side. There you go, young man. Putin walked through the portal with his horse and entered the city of Hofen. As he looked around, he noticed the signs of how wonderful and perfect the city of Hofen and how great the mayor is. Everyone walking around seemed happy and content with their lives. The town looked as if it was a perfect town. He decided it would be best if he got a place to stay, and tomorrow, he would attempt to find a good place to stay for the week. As he looked around, the only place he saw was the Hot Seagull Inn. As he settled in and began to relax, Tristan, looking for an 11-made sword, walked into a blacksmith's shop. He looked around and saw a half-built sword sitting near the forge. The shop has been unkept for a couple days. A portrait painting of a large man with a hammer in his hand, and stood a 15-year-old boy standing in the middle of the shop. I am looking for the blacksmith, uttered Tristan. The young boy replied, we have not had a blacksmith for years, but I can help you. What are you looking for? Tristan said, I am looking for an elvish metal Kansan sword. The young boy said this way and walked him into a room with various weapons on the wall. Here is a pretty good quality elven sword here. The young man reaches towards the sword and takes it off the wall. Tristan compares it to his sword and notices the high level of craftsmanship and asks how much. The young boy doesn't really know what to say for a moment. 1200, he finally replied. Tristan thought that the price was fairly low but quickly took the price and wished the kid a good day. As he left, he looked around and found a magic-based hospital and went in to ask about learning some healing magic. The head physician greeted him at the entrance and agreed to help him learn some spells for 900 irons for the day. It started getting late in the evening and Putin left his room to go down to eat, ordering another extra meat sandwich. Tristan, after a long day, returned to the Hot Seagull Inn and went directly to the bar and sat down. As he sat down and ordered food, 6 men walked in wearing robes from the Order of the Blood, which Tristan noticed immediately. Standing up, he approached the group of men. Should we take this outside? I prefer not to mess up this place of business. Tristan. The man exclaimed. He looked around and looked at his other man. We don't have what is needed to take care of him. And started to back out of the inn. I don't see the other. Question another of the acolytes. We know he is not far. It's not worth the risk. Stated the first acolyte as they left the inn. Putin got up to talk to Tristan. That was impressive. Who are those guys? They just turned tail and ran. A group of men who want me dead. Tristan replied. I took out one of their leaders once. Tristan cast a spell to sense foes and sensed that there were still 6 individuals standing outside. The two talked for a couple minutes and Tristan noticed that Putin had the same ring he got from Eldire and the defenders of Stakweir. You have one of these too? Tristan pointed out. Yes, I got it after I found a red floating crystal. Putin replied. I found a white crystal and my friend got a black one. Tristan said. Where is the friend they were talking about? Putin asked. He is doing something with his family. I am waiting for him here. Tristan replied, I think those guys are trying to ambush me outside. I will go with you. Replied Putin. The two walked out of the inn and as they exited the inn the 6 acolytes ran in 6 separate directions as fast as they could. Putin and Tristan agreed to head back in and get some rest for tomorrow. Putin started his day early and he headed out right after getting a quick bite to eat. Looking for a helmet for his armor. He walked into the blacksmith and noticed that the furnace has been neglected for the last couple days. The portrait of a man with a hammer and a young kid standing around the shop with a confused look on his face. I am looking for the blacksmith. The kid replied we have not had a blacksmith in years and that he is the owner of the shop. Putin asks for a helmet and the young man walks him towards the room and shows him a helm that will fit and match his ringmail armor. The young kid told him it was going to be 100 irons. Thinking this was an extremely low price he agreed to it. As Putin left the shop, he asked the young man who the man in the painting was. The kid, confused, responded that he did not know who that painting was of. It's always been there. Tristan arrived at the gemologist. As he walked in the store, he was greeted by a young woman in conservative dress. I would like to get these gems appraised. I am not a gemologist, we don't have one right now and have not had one for the longest time. I just sell the gems if you would like to buy. But your name says gemologist. Why wouldn't you just say gem store or something? Well, we plan on getting a gemologist soon, come back in a week or so. I am sure we will get one. Tristan just left the store frustrated. Putin walking down the street notice a woman selling men's clothes all the same size out of her house. He walks up to the lady and asks what is going on. I woke up and had all these men's clothes in my house and I don't have a man who lives here. Putin looks in the house and sees a portrait of her with a man and kids running around in the background. Who is the man in the picture? I don't know, replied the lady with all sincerity. Someone could have. This is bizarre, thought Putin as he left the woman's house. As he walked down the road he ran into Tristan. I am going to the mayor's office, this town is weird. A blacksmith with no blacksmith, a gemologist shop with no gemologist. Said Tristan. I think I went to the same blacksmith's shop, and I met a woman who is selling a man's clothes, has kids, and a portrait with a man. She has no idea who he is. Said Putin. I will go with you. The two men walked towards the mayor's office and as they arrived, they were greeted by a man who was almost excited to see them. Welcome to the greatest city in the land. How can we help you? We are here to see the mayor, there was some things we thought he might be interested in. The man replied the mayor is here to help and walked them upstairs to his office, knocked. About a minute later they were asked to enter. As they entered the office the mayor was sitting behind his desk. Hi, how can I help you? Putin and Tristan tell him about the inconsistencies they have been noticing and that it seems like something that should be brought to his attention. The mayor listens contently, leaning into his desk. Really? Sounds like a mystery to me. You know, if go and figure out what is going on I will give you both 1,000 irons. Putin quickly agreed to the offer. As Tristan starts move around the office, the mayor quickly responds with, "It's time for you to go, I am a busy man. Tell me what you find out." "Why?" Tristan attempted to say as the guards hurried the two out of the office. "Where do you want to go first?" asked Tristan. "Let's start with the old lady," said Putin. The two quickly headed toward lady's house of the lady, and she was still attempting to sell the clothes, and now the portrait is outside with everything. Tristan looks at the painting and starts comparing the clothes she is selling with the clothes in the guy in the portrait and finds a match. "These matches, do you know how that could be?" she cries out. "I don't know," her face showing extreme distress as if she is trying to remember something. "Johann," she whispers, then her face goes blank. The two realize she didn't do anything and is just as confused as they are with what is going on, and they see an old man with the "end is near" sign. "What do you mean?" asked Putin. The man frantically started signing to the two men. Tristan and Putin looked confused and realized he was deaf. Not knowing sign language, Tristan asks the man if he could write down what he has to say. He shakes his head yes. Tristan handed him a pencil and paper. He wrote down, "There are monsters everywhere," and on the second thing he wrote, "People are being forgotten." The two decide to try and stay up to see if anything happened, and nothing happened. A couple of days went by and nothing of notice seemed to happen. As Tristan went to his desk, he found two pieces of paper, one saying "Monsters are everywhere" and "People are being forgotten." Tristan tries to think, who I am forgetting. The two finally went to sleep, and during the night in Putin's room he was awakened by a loud sound coming from his closet. Putin quickly stood up as his closet doors opened and stood what looked like the husband of the woman who was selling clothes. Everything looked identical except he had no legs and looked as if he was a puppet version. "Go to sleep, it's just a dream," yelled the man. Putin reached for his sword while not taking his eyes off the puppet in his closet. "Why the fuck am I here? I need to get the hell out of here," thought Putin. The image turned all white and thrusted towards him, missing him by about a foot, destroying a table in the room. Putin takes a heavy swing towards the tentacle, cleaving it in half. The part that is not connected falling to the floor, making a loud sound as the tentacle retreated down the hole. Tristan ran into the room after the loud sounds happened to see the large mound of white flesh on the ground and the broken table. "What happened?" "Something came out of my closet," replied Putin. Tristan ran to the closet and saw a hole that was freshly dug before he could jump down the hole. From the door he heard a wishing sound and laughing. "Brother, you need to come back to visit," Ager said as Regard and him walked through a portal from the throne room. As they entered the room, Regard asks, "What is going on?" Tristan starts to tell him about all the weird things that have been happening and everything, catching the two brothers up on the disappearances, and that he found a paper that had "People are being forgotten" on it. "So, who is this guy?" asked Regard. Tristan quickly explained how they met and that he found the red crystal. Putin showed him his ring. "Let me try something. Eldire taught me to dispel magic by using Stormweaver." Regard said he pulled out Stormweaver and put it to Putin's skin and began to focus his anti-magic on him. Putin remembered the old man as he began to write the note about monsters and people begin forgotten. All four of the men head towards the closet to take a look, and the hole that was there looks as if it has been filled back up. Putin punches the hole, but it's as if he just punched the ground. "Tomorrow, let's go see the mayor and tell him what we have found," said Tristan. Something wasn't right about him either. "So where am I staying?" Regard said. "I think we should all just stay in the same room after tonight," Putin said. Everyone quickly agrees and rests for the night. "We can talk more about our plan in the morning." Everyone woke up and the rest of the night was uneventful. They went down and ate breakfast. Tristan asked Regard to help him with his sword play some, leaving Ager and Putin together. "What is the deal about your brother?" asked Putin. "We come from a medium-sized city. Our father was the emir of Koski by the emperor. He is the youngest child, and even at the age of 3 he was beating our eldest brother in sword stick fighting. He beat up our brother so badly one day while sparring, which he got in trouble for not showing restraint. He left the family at the age of 13. I recently learned he joined a pirate crew right after he left our house. Then after that he went and practiced his sword skill for the remainder of the youth. He started to embellish on his brother how things went when he saved his sister. He did this backflip thing, then parried the man's sword, jumped off his knee, spun in the air and cut the other champion's head clear off. It was as if the guy wasn't even at the same level. The two walk out of the inn and the speed, agility, and skill differences are extremely apparent as Rigard was helping Tristan with his swordsmanship. "Let's go see the mayor and get to the bottom of this," Ager said. The group went towards the mayor's place, and when they arrived the guard declared, "The mayor is busy, he cannot be bothered right now." Tristan steps up and tries to move the guy out of the way without avail. He looks back at Putin. He steps up and throws the guard against the wall of the house, knocking him out. The group walked into the mayor's house and the door to the office was locked. Putin stepped up and put all his strength in opening the door, and the doors flew off the hinges and opening a way towards the mayor's office. The mayor was not by his desk, and the group noticed he didn't have any legs and looked like a puppet. "You shouldn't be here." The tentacle flies towards Rigard and Rigard dodges easily towards the left. Putin quick draws his sword and cleaves a portion of the tentacle. Rigard swings and takes another piece of the tentacle off. Tristan rears back and throws a death touch, hitting the tentacle directly. Tristan jumps into the hole following after the tentacle, followed immediately by Rigard and then Putin. Ager looked down at the hole. "What the hell am I doing? I am not a fighter." Ager waited 30 seconds, let out a great big sigh and finally jumped down the hole. When Ager came out of the slide he saw Tristan, Rigard, and Putin standing looking around a 20-foot in diameter dome-shaped room with dozens of tunnels all throughout the top of the dome. They looked ahead and they saw a large, cavernous tunnel that went about 30 feet and banked off to the left. Putin took the lead, followed closely by Rigard, then Putin. Ager let them get further ahead before he started to follow. "Don't know why I am following you," as he casts a shield spell while walking. The group rounded the corner, and as they entered the 100-foot diameter room, in the middle of the room was large mass of white flesh about 40 feet wide and 30 feet tall. 40 feet wide, 6 heads protrude from the flesh mound. The heads had distorted extended jaws and the faces were partially version of the individuals who were missing. "A Bedrag Vogoth. I thought these were myths," said Ager. "These are not supposed to exist." Rigard and Putin charged the large beast, while Ager and Tristan stayed back. A tentacle flew from the mound of flesh, flying towards Ager and hitting the shield, leaving a big crack in the shield he created. Rigard swings his sword multiple times, cutting the beast, while Putin puts a deep cut into the mound of flesh. Another tentacle flew out towards Tristan but missed horribly and just laid on the ground at his feet. Tristan threw a death touch, hitting the beast directly. Ager recast his shield. "What am I doing here?" he thought. One of the heads came down and bit Putin, hitting and grabbing around his waist. A second header went for Rigard, but he easily sidestepped the attack. Tristan successfully threw a second death touch at the beast, while Rigard severed the head that was holding Putin. Putin stepped up and landed another heavy blow. A head regrew close to Putin and grabbed him again by the waist. Ager ready to throw a ball of fire at the creature. 3 tentacles formed and flew towards Rigard, where he was able to narrowly miss being hit. As Putin got lifted from the ground by one of the beast's heads, he reached down and grabbed the bottom jaw and the top jaw of the Bedrag Vogoth's head and began to pull apart with all his strength. As he pulled the jaws apart, he ripped the top half of the head where it hung by a small flap of skin and quickly fell to the ground and readied another swing, plunging his sword deeply into the body of the Bedrag Vogoth. The Bedrag Vogoth shot a large tentacle towards Ager. It passed through his partially broken shield spell, hitting him directly in the chest, throwing him back about 10 feet into the wall, causing him to immediately pass out from the force of the blow. His body is going limp. The Bedrag Vogoth shoots 2 tentacles towards Tristan, both glancing off his chainmail armor. A second 2 tentacles head towards Putin, hitting him directly in the chest, pushing him back about a foot with no real damage. Regard and Putin swing their swords into the Bedrag Vogoth over and over, their cuts getting deeper and deeper into the large mound of flesh. Tristan repeated through death touch, hitting the Bedrag Vogoth with all he had. The Bedrag Vogoth lands a couple hits with its tentacles on Tristan's chest, almost knocking him off his feet, causing one of his death touches to fly wildly past Regard and landing on the ceiling of the cave. Regard and Putin hit the beast with deep cuts, and Tristan throws a final death touch as the beast's heads fall limp to the side of its body. "Is it dead?" asked Regard. "It moved. It moved." Putin began hacking deep into the flesh. The flesh of the beast ripped wide open, putting a gaping hole deep into the Bedrag Vogoth's body. "It's dead, you can stop cutting it," yelled Tristan. Putin stopped to look at Tristan, then looked back to the hole he cut into the beast. As he looked into the hole, he saw an arm and the face of the old deaf man who warned him about things not being as they seemed. Putin pulled the body out the Bedrag Vogoth and found out he was still breathing. When he looked back in the hole, he saw a child he recognized from the woman who was missing her husband. Putin reached back in the Bedrag Vogoth and pulled the child out. Regard looked towards his brother and saw him unconscious against the cave wall and ran to him to see if he was all right. He checked and Ager still was breathing and had a pulse, but barely. Soon he began to wake back up. "Welcome to the living, brother. You missed out on all the fun," said Regard. "Why the hell did I follow you down here? I am not a fighter. I am a scholar," complained Ager as he concentrated and attempted to cast a healing spell on himself. "Brother, no offense, but get the hell away from me." Regard laughed and got out of the range of his brother, who began to cast healing spells on himself, Tristan, and Putin. "Must be nice to be able to sleep through a battle," mocked Tristan to Ager. "As I said, I am a scholar, not a fighter," said Ager in an annoyed voice. "Then why do you have combat spells, if you are not a fighter?" asked Tristan. "Because when you go to school in Eodir you learn all kinds of spells, that is why it is called a magic school. We are not taught to be fighters, we are taught to be people who use magic. I know lots of spelling, I know how magic works. Unlike you who just fell into your magic ability and need to ask people like me to teach you how to cast specific spells." Ager asserted he was healing everyone and trying to clean himself off. "We probably shouldn't leave this like this," state Regard. "When in doubt, burn it with fire, I say," responded Ager. Everyone quickly agrees. Ager and Tristan began to start casting some fire spells at the large hunk of flesh. The smell was horrid as the flesh burned, but after a while the only thing that was left was a charred mound of flesh. "I don't think we can go back the way we came, since it might be difficult to climb back up. Looks like there is a cave exit if we keep heading in this direction," Regard said as he pointed down a cavern tunnel. The group began to walk towards the exit, keeping the old man and the child next to them. After a couple minutes of walking, they came to the opening of the cave exit, covered in a heavy vegetation hiding it from the outside. The group walked through the vegetation and started to head back towards the city of Hofen. Chapter 12: The Aftermath. As they walked into Hofen, the town had a somber and confused look on everyone's face. As they began to remember those who they lost, the torment they faced, the perpetual happiness that was portrayed when the first time they were in the city was no longer the case. The town became a somber place and it seems like most people lost people they knew and loved. The reality of what happened just began to set in on most people. There were some people who were just sitting on the side of the road crying while this new reality hit them. The deaf old man thanked everyone for saving him and walked back into the city. Putin took the child back to where he had seen him earlier, and when he arrived at the woman's place, the clothes of her husband were no longer for sale, the portrait was put back and she was crying holding her remaining child. As she saw Putin and her child, a glimmer of hope came back to her face. "Is it over? Is the nightmare over?" asked the woman. "We killed it and burned the body of the beast. It is no longer tormenting this town," ensured Putin to the woman. She gave him a hug while crying and thanked him for everything he had done. Tristan, Regard, and Ajahn went to the mayor's office to see what is going on. As they arrived at the office, the guard that tried to keep them from getting to the mayor's office, and the assistant mayor were sitting on the front steps of the mayor's office. Their faces were somber and concerned. As the group walked up to them, the assistant mayor said, "What are we going to do? It killed the mayor and took over the city. What if it comes back? It is dead, and we burn the body of the beast with magical fire." Tristan replied, "This was something that shouldn't have existed." Ajahn said, "It is born out of deceit and often hides in the shadow, till it gets big enough to dominate a city. It is said to start off as small hunk of flesh built off the deception and lies of the city. It looks as if the mayor's propaganda, the local business practices, and some corrupt followers. Let it breed." Putin responded, "That would definitely be the fuel to let it grow, but I think something would have needed to plant the seed." Ajahn retorted, "Regard and I had some demons that we saw when we got stuck in a cave." "What did they look like?" asked Ajahn. "They were about 8 foot tall, all black skin, a humanoid head with large teeth and long claws. When going through my demon and devil lore, they sound like curslings. They don't do anything here unless someone summons them, or their demon lord says something. I think it would be someone working for the curslings could have set the demonic seed under the city, but most likely know them. So, what do? "We don't have a mayor now," asked the assistant. "What is your name?" Regard asked. "Drogas Payne." The assistant replied. "I guess you are the mayor till you can vote in a new one." Regard replied. "Need to ensure the person is an honest one." The three walked away from the mayor's office towards the Hot Seagull. As they walked into the inn, everyone was in shock and dismay. They went to the bar and sat down to relax and let things soak in. "When I get back to Eodir, they will hardly believe me about this Bedrag Vogath. It seems they are born from deceit and feed upon the innocent of the town. It has up to 6 heads and can sing a song that makes people forget about seeing the beast. It seems like it is a magical-based attack since it had no effect on Regard. Its tentacles can dig through dirt and stretch long distances and mimic anyone they consumed. I probably will get a hefty reward for this academic information. It's the least that can happen since you guys almost got me killed." Ajahn stated. "Brother, you are dramatic as ever. Let us eat. I want to get some rest tonight. Tomorrow will be a long road ahead." Putin soon arrived at the inn and sat down and ate with everyone else. As they finished their meal, there wasn't much talking, and Regard and Ajahn retired to their rooms for a bath and relaxation. Putin and Tristan looked at each other as Regard and Ajahn got up to call it a night and just sat there at the table contemplating what they wanted to do next. "Maybe we can go to a casino or something to unwind ourselves," stated Putin. "I have been known to be lucky a time or two." Tristan responded, "I need to do something to relax, so that sounds like a good plan." The two got up and asked the waitress where the best place to gamble or do something tonight. The waitress let the two know that the only place that is open at this time is the casino on the other side of town. The two left their inn. It was about a 10-minute walk to the casino. As they approached the large building, they saw the sign that said Lucky Cricket. It was fairly busy for how much has gone on in the last couple days. Sure, many are trying to distract themselves from the memories that are slowly coming back. The two walked in and the floor was separated into two main parts, a standard section with limits versus a high roller section. Each section has elvish poker, blackjack, and roulette tables. Putin says to Tristan, "I am going to play blackjack, I have had lots of luck there." Tristan joins him at the table and Putin gives him a quick idea of how the game is played. Tristan puts down a minimum bet while Putin puts down the maximum of 250 irons. The two won the first hands. The next number of hands the two were on an unprecedented win streak. Such a streak that some of the security started to watch them both. "This is crazy, seems like we can't lose." Tristan replied. "Let's switch up the games, because we are starting to get attention." The two moved to the roulette table and sat down. Putin lets Tristan know the rules and tells him some basic strategies to betting. The first couple rounds of roulette go well for both Putin and Tristan. They win large. At this time they both order some drinks and continue to put money on the table. Round after round they keep winning, and the me who were watching him began to grow increasingly upset with the two. "Tristan, I think we won enough," Putin stated. "I can recognize when we got the attention of security and pit bosses." The two gather up their winnings and started to head for the door. Two of the bigger security men stood in front of Tristan and Putin as they attempted to leave. "We would like to talk to you two in the back." Putin responds, "I really do not have the time to deal with you two, I am going to my inn." Putin puts his hands on their shoulders and parts the two men. With his sheer strength the men fell back in surprise, never being thrown like that before. As the two left, a small man with a thin mustache yelled, "You are not allowed to come back here." As Putin and Tristan return to the inn, the bar is closing. The two order one last drink before bed and laugh about their ridiculous luck. The two clean up and sleep the rest of the night. As Rigard got up out of bed, he looked around and saw his brother still sleeping on his stomach, sprawled out over his own bed, unaware of anything going on. Rigard shook his head and smirked to himself. 15 years and doesn't seem like anything has changed with him, Rigard thought. Rigard cleaned himself up and put his clothes and armor on and went downstairs for breakfast. He got downstairs and the only individual he saw was the man who was working the registration desk, and a waitress in the restaurant and bar area. As he finished his food, he got up and went to the stable area. He unrolled a large mat and put it on the ground. Rigard kneeled on the mat and put Stormweaver in front of him. Rigard and Eldir are standing in the temple together, surrounded by candles and the light from a large crystal. "You have mastered your body from your training, and you have trained your mind. What we are going to do here is sync you with your black crystal." Eldir shows Rigard to a large mat, and has him kneel on the mat and put Stormweaver in front of him. Rigard began to concentrate on his aura around him and closed his eyes. In the darkness he focuses first on darkness. The darkness begins to swirl around him. At first there are no discernible shapes, just swirls. He can see his body from above with his sword. He slowly lowers into his body and focuses on Stormweaver in front of him. He begins to reach out. He can feel insects moving beneath him, a mouse that ran past him. Rigard began connecting to everything in his aura, being aware of everything around him. Rigard reaches out and picks up Stormweaver, focusing his aura on his sword. Rigard began swinging the sword around his body in a rhythmic and nimble way. He slowly stands and continues to swing his sword with his eyes closed, feinting, slashing, and parrying in an imaginary fight. As he does this, he attempts to maintain the connection to everything in his aura. As he was swinging his sword, he felt a presence enter his aura and he lunged an attack towards the individual entering his training circle, stopping his attack inches from his target. As Rigard opened his eyes, he saw his brother standing there with a shocked and scared look on his face. "You stamp crab. You scared the hell out of me. Why would you do that?" Ajahn yelled. "Sorry brother, just working on control and balance," Rigard replied. "Let's go back in the inn, I will get you a drink." The two brothers walk in the inn. "I need to get back to Eodir soon, because I need to continue my research and studies in the name of the head mage. Plus, if I stay with you I am surely going to get killed." The two brothers laughed together. "I think everyone is still in their rooms upstairs." Rigard and Ajahn walk back outside. Ajahn later, "Brother. Keep in touch." Ajahn opened a portal and walked through with the portal closing behind him. Rigard went back in and got himself a coffee to relax till the rest of his friends came downstairs. Tristan wakes up and heads down the stairs. As he walked down he noticed that Putin was right behind him. The two get down the stairs and see just Rigard sitting in a middle table eating breakfast. The two quickly join him and order their own food. "I think tomorrow we continue our journey," Rigard repeated. "Today we can prepare ourselves for the long journey ahead." The adventurers finished their breakfasts. Tristan got up and decided to go and try and sell the gems he had. Regard went upstairs to prepare for their trip. Putin went upstairs to grab his armor and see what he can do with upgrading his equipment since he had such a successful night last night. The three men went their own way. As they left the inn, across the street hiding in the shadows was Ishtuk, taking notes on their movements. Putin walked down towards the blacksmith shop. It wasn't too long of a walk till he arrived at his destination. He walked into the shop. As he entered, he was eagerly greeted by the young blacksmith apprentice. "Thank you for helping us all." He looked at the portrait of the blacksmith. His name was Belimir. He was my father. He was a good man that cared very much for the city. My name is Eric. I probably should have introduced myself earlier, but it was just a confusing time. Putin stood there not knowing exactly what to say. It was not right, do nothing. But all we can do now is confine ourselves to the present. Putin's hand reached out and grabbed the young man's shoulder. Eric looked up to Putin and let out a long overdue smile. "I am here to upgrade my armor and weapons. I had a fortunate stroke of luck and I need to improve what I have. Let me take you to the back where we have everything. The big problem will be your size. Maybe I can modify and make it fit, but it might take a while," Eric stated. "I would like to update my helmet and armor. What do you have?" "I have 2 dwarven mail I could put together that could fit you, but it will take me a number of hours if you don't mind waiting." Tristan arrived at the gemologist and entered the shop. He was welcomed by a young elvish lady. "Welcome back. I was wondering if I could sell my gems, now that everything is over," asked Tristan. The young elvish lady answered back, "We will not have a new gemologist for another week." "I am sorry, sir." Tristan, with a somber look on his face, thanked the ladies and left the gemologist. Tristan, knowing he had time and the money to upgrade his equipment. Tristan looked at his armor. He decided to get his last piece of armor switched out to something better. Tristan made his way to the blacksmith's shop. As he entered the shop, he saw Putin waiting while the young man swung his hammer, working on some armor apparently for him. Eric stopped what he was doing. "What can I help you with, sire?" Tristan said. "I could use some new armor, what I got is old." "Eric, I can help you with something new after I am done with this armor. It will take me a while. But if you are patient, I will also give you a good deal, as I did with your friend." Tristan sat down next to Putin and the two talked while the young man worked on Putin's new armor. After a couple hours he finished the dwarven armor. It was some of his finest work. Eric took a moment to admire his work. "This is probably my best work so far." Putin reached in his money pouch and pulled out the payment, handing it to Eric. "Thank you so much, it is phenomenal." Eric told Putin, "It will be another hour or so before you can wear it. It will need to cool down and harden. Plus I want to double check for any imperfections I can fix. This is the least I can do for the piece you brought us." Eric motioned to Tristan to follow him. He brought Tristan to the back room and showed him everything he had left. "Whatever you want, let me know, I can fix anything you need. My father taught me well before he was killed." Tristan's eyes looked over and noticed an elven chainmail hanging on the wall. "How about that elven chain you have there?" Eric responded. "Since you helped free our city from that beast, and gave my father the justice he deserved, I will give you the armor and this helmet for only 800 irons. Tristan quickly agreed to the deal, and as he put the armor on, it fit him perfectly. "Thanks again, hopefully our paths will pass again," said Tristan. As the two were about to leave the store, Eric stated, "My father taught me a lot so far, but I have lots to still learn. A-town had another blacksmith they are sending here to help me learn what I don't know. You ever need anything, you can call upon me for anything. I am eternally grateful." The two men wished Eric luck and started to head back towards the inn. They arrived at the inn excited about their time upgrading their equipment and went to their rooms to prepare for their trip the next day. As they entered the inn, unknown to them, Iskar was sitting across the street watching them enter the inn. As they entered, he went back into the shadows to disappear again. Chapter 13. An old friend. The morning soon came. Everyone quickly went downstairs around the same time. They gathered around a table in the corner of the room and enjoyed a quick breakfast. The travel to Vladimir shouldn't be too difficult. The road is fairly straight, said Regard. I am sure the trip there isn't bad, but the way fate has played us, I have other worries. Laughed Tristan. You two are just a magnet for trouble, a trouble that I don't mind, thought, laughed Putin. The three continued their small talk and laughed as they left and loaded up their horses for their trip ahead. They got on their horses and headed out of town towards Vladimir. The first day with the sun overhead and a nice breeze made the trip an enjoyable one for them all. The night came quickly and they set up a small camp, gathered wood, and Tristan started the fire. As most other nights away from the inns, Regard quickly scored them some rabbits they could cook and eat. The three took shifts throughout the night to stand guard while the others slept. As the sun came up, they packed up their camp and began their trip towards Vladimir. A couple hours down the road in the distance it looked like some kind of blockade ahead. As they travel closer to the blockade, they notice about 20 men blocking their way. Bandits? Asked Putin. Order of the Blood, stated Regard. Surrender and face our justice. We will kill you painlessly, yelled Iskar. You will pay for your sins. The men from Order of the Blood rushed towards the Regard, Putin, and Tristan. Putin looked at Regard and Tristan and laughed. What have you gotten me into? They all readied their weapons and prepared for the battle ahead. The three dismounted their horses to meet these men at their level. As one of the acolytes got close to Putin, he swings his sword, finding its mark at waist of the acolyte, almost cleaving this man in half. While three orders rushed towards Regard swinging their swords, Regard quickly deflected all the attacks from the men. As he is blocking the attacks, a large flame flies past his head towards Iskar and a couple of his personal guards, landing a direct hit, kill two of them while severely burning Iskar. Tristan backs up to ensure he is out of Regard's anti-magic range. Two more orders swung their swords towards Regard, landing blows that glanced off his armor. Regard, surrounded by 5 acolytes, swings his sword, quickly decapitating the closest order next to him, redirecting his second strike to decapitate the second. Putin swung a second blow towards one of the acolytes, cutting him in half at the waist. A second fireball flies past Putin, hitting Iskar's group one more time, taking out 3 more Order of the Blood acolytes and increasing the injuries to Iskar. Regard attacked the weapon of one of the acolytes, using the deflection motion to cut deep into one of the acolytes' skulls, cutting the man's brain in two. The second attack decapitated another acolyte. A look of worry crossed Iskar's face. He knew he was no match for these 3 together with the amount of men he brought. It has been less than a minute and over half his men have been cut down. Iskar screamed, retreat. Run. Run. Iskar turned and began to run away, followed by all the acolytes who could still run. Should we chase them? Asked Putin. No, they will be back later, plus we need to keep going towards Vladimir. Replied Regard. They would be a waste of time. I guess we should keep on moving, those guys are becoming just a nuisance now. Tristan said. The 3 men got back on their horses and started their trip on the way towards Vladimir. The battle with the Order of the Blood didn't take too much time, but it still made it inconvenient. After a couple hours they got to a place and decided that this wooded area would be a good place to set up camp for the night. This night went about the same as the night before. They set up camp, Tristan started the fire and Regard hunted some food. They decided that it was a good idea to set up a guard shift again, just in case if any of the Order of Blood acolytes were still around. Throughout the night, while they alternated their guard shift, the night went uneventful. Waking up and being well rested, they began their trip again. An hour or so into their 4th day on the road, a familiar individual was standing on the side of road attempting to wave them down. Wayland yelled, "Come here, I have a message for you guys." The 3 men approached Wayland and dismounted from their horses. Wayland grabbed each man by the forearm to shake their hands. "I come with news from Eldir, we need your help." "What do you need us to do?" asked Regard. Wayland responded, "We need you all to go to Fosco and meet with one of our members named Sambler. He knows local guides for the area. He will help you get to the crystal keep in the desert savannah. We need you to get the crystal they are holding and bring it back to us safely. Eldir needs it to close a rift. Why can't you guys go and get it yourself? Why do you need our help? Asked Putin. We can go to the crystal keep, but the only people who can retrieve the crystal are the ones imbued with the power of the power crystals, and right now you are the only three capable of getting the crystal. The longer we wait, the more evil that will seep into our reality. Stated Wayalon. We can help, our business in Vladimir can wait. Said Tristan. The group quickly agreed with Tristan. Thank you so much, I will go back to Eldir and prepare for you all. Exclaimed Wayland. The three men looked at each other and got back on their horses. Foscom is a 3-day ride from here. We can take a boat to Fosco from there, said Regard. Why don't we take a portal to Fosco? Asked Putin. The closest place that may have portals is Vladimir, or Kalin. That is not even guaranteed they will be there, and I do not have the ability to get in touch with my brother. Answered Regard. We need to hurry, then let's ride. Responded Putin. They all started to head towards Foscom. Aren't you from Lumidries? Asked Putin. Yes, I will need to keep a low profile while I am there. I have recently somewhat repaired my relationship with my family, but it could be a distraction from what we need to accomplish. There are some leaders in Lumidries that are not friends with my family and might try to use me as an example or leverage against my family. Sounds like drama. Said Tristan. Politics is nothing but drama, there is a reason I have disassociated from my family. Quickly answered Regard. As the sun set, the group set up camp and got a good night's rest. After a couple days of traveling, the group arrived in Foscom. They arrived early afternoon to a large port city. The first thing they did was find an inn to stay. They found a place called the Sleeping Gauntlet. They entered the Sleeping Gauntlet Inn, and it was a typical Bolan design with a bar/restaurant downstairs and rooms upstairs. They each got their own rooms. After they settled their horses in stables and their unneeded gear in their rooms, they met downstairs. They gather as a circle to talk to each other. I think we should look for passage to Fosco right away. Stated Regard. That makes sense, the sooner we get the crystal the sooner we can get to Vladimir. Tristan said. Putin approached the young gentleman who was working at the front desk and asked where they could find passage to Fosco. The young man responded that down by the docks is a place for independent captains, that they could hire an independent captain. They are usually faster but more expensive. They could also take a commercial travel, but it is much slower travel than many of the independent captains. The three agreed that the best route would be to have independent captains to also keep a lower profile and hopefully get to Fosco quicker. The three headed out towards the Salty Crab, the place the young man said to go in order to look for a captain to get them to Lumdia. They moved through the winding streets as the smell of the sea filled the air. They walked past dozens of boats and finally reached their destination of the Salty Crab. As they walked in, they noticed the tables were filled with people from all over Zithana, humans, elves, and dwarves. The three agreed to split up and try and find someone to give them transportation to Lumdia. After some time, Regard was able to get Putin and Tristan together to meet a captain he found. They all sit around a table. There sat a man with a long grey beard, above average height, and weight, with a scar across his nose. I hear you need transportation to Lumidria. It will be 1,000 irons per person. You will need to leave your horses here. That is almost double the cost of a commercial transport. Exclaimed Tristan. I am the fastest ship in dock, and I can get you there in half the time anyone else can. The captain stated. When can we leave? Asked Putin. Tomorrow morning I will have everything prepared. Replied the captain. That sounds good, we can be ready first thing in the morning. Regard said. The men shook hands. Regard, Putin, and Tristan left to get back to the Sleeping Gauntlet and set up boarding for their horses, as they knew they might be gone for a while. The three men woke up early and started to prepare their belongings for the trip ahead. They paid up the boarding for their horses and left quickly to meet up with the captain at his boat. As they walked down the pier to the boat, they saw the captain waiting in front of his boat. It was a smaller ship with an odd-shaped stern and aft. The sails were made from some elvish cloth. It was the color of the ocean and could easily blend in and not be seen from a distance or above. As they boarded the ship, the sail spread out from the mast, and they set sail. As the land behind disappeared, the captain lowered his sail and moved to the back of the ship and released two cylindrical objects into the water. A slight rumbling under the water began and the ship began travel over 3 times the speed it was with the sails. Regard, Tristan, and Putin got into a routine of spending time in their rooms, to time on the deck of ship, practice their craft to pass the time. A couple days later, Regard, Tristan, and Putin were sitting on the port side of the boat just looking out to the sea when a large snake-like beast broke the top of the water about 6 times the size of the boat. The captain looked over and said, "That is a sea beast. The waters around Bolin and the dreaded wasteland are filled with them. We are going at a good pace and have Sa still on the bottom will make us almost invisible to all sea creatures underneath. It's almost as if they are protecting the desolate wasteland. It isn't uncommon for ships to disappear near Bolin and the desolate wasteland. Even those with Sa still. He is far enough away, we should be all right." The 3 just sat there and looked out to port side of the boat as the sea beast broke the top of the water again and again. It slowly got further and further away from them and soon it just disappeared. The rest of their time on the boat they were able to get back to their daily routine to pass time. After 2 weeks of travel, they arrived in Fosco. As they left the boat, Captain Greybeard told them, "I will be here for a couple weeks. If you need transport back, I will be at the Rusty Crusty Inn." The 3 assure him they would most likely look for him. The 3 walked down and found the first inn they could as they left the port. The Exotic Ducks Inn was not a clean or quiet place to stay. Downstairs the bar was filled with loud and obnoxious sailors. Women dressed in little clothes gave the sailors attention in order to get tips for the night. The 3 walked up to an elderly man with a peg leg and looked as if he has not showered in a week. They got their rooms and hurried up the stairs to get settled in. "I think for now I should keep a low profile and stay here. You 2 can meet with Sambler. They said he should be in the Temple of Light." Putin replied, "That sounds good, we will head out first thing in the morning." The 3 settled in and relaxed for the night. It was difficult to sleep with the loud partying and fighting downstairs, but soon the sounds just drowned in the background and they were able to get some sleep. Chapter 14. To 2,200 years ago. In the realm of Aegyanar, the Demon King sits on his throne. The Demon King stood imposingly at a towering height of 10 feet, his colossal frame adorned with sinewy muscles that rippled beneath his taut, reddish-brown skin. The texture of his demonic hide resembled molten lava, emanating an otherworldly heat that hinted at the infernal power coursing through his veins. Jagged, obsidian-like patterns etched across his chest and arms, serving as a testament to the ancient, malevolent energy that fueled his existence. With his long clawed hands at the end of long arms at his side, he sat down and crossed his horse-like legs as he had an angry look on his bull-like face. The Demon King scowled at 4 demons in front of him. Gilgrath the Deceiver, his face bore the marks of centuries of strategic cunning, with sharp, angular features that bespoke a keen intellect and a penchant for manipulation. Eyes the shade of midnight, glinted with a malevolent intelligence, reflecting the schemes and plots that unfolded within the recesses of his calculating mind. A pair of obsidian horns, elegantly curved and sharp as daggers, crowned his head. Bazith the Unclean, his corpulent, bloated body was a canvas of affliction, covered in weeping sores and oozing pustules that pulsed with a sickly glow. The sickly pallor of his mottled, ashen skin hinted at the contagions and plagues that festered within his very being. An ever-present miasma clung to him, a noxious cloud that trailed in his wake, carrying the stench of death and decay to all unfortunate enough to encounter the demon of disease. Talmig the Divergence, clad in armor forged from the melded remnants of fallen foes, Talmig's demonic visage bore the scars of countless campaigns. His war-worn cloak billowed behind him, adorned with the symbols of rival factions and torn by the savagery of unending strife. Each step he took seemed to echo with the reverberations of distant battles, a constant reminder of the chaos that trailed in his wake. The final demon general was tall-grown, the deprived, his limbs, thin and elongated, appear almost skeletal, like the twisted branches of a long-dead tree reaching out for sustenance. Clad in tattered, threadbare remnants that barely cling to his desolate form, he embodies the starkness of endless want. The demon king Calrun put his crossed-legged down and leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and fingers intertwined. You have failed. We have been pushed back to our realm. The only reason I don't kill you all right now is Gilgrath was able to hide that we were not destroyed. His voice growled in a low tone. The four demons stayed on their knees in front of Calrun as he stood up and began walking down the stairs towards them. A noticeable fear came across all their faces. As he got to the bottom of the stairs, he sat down close to them. Now we bide our time. They believe we are gone and will not return. The Crytsal Keepers will let their guard down, we will slowly seep back into their reality. Generation after generation we will normalize our presence there. Once our opportunity arises, we will strike, and we will expand our realm. The Crytsal Keepers will let their guard down, generation after generation they will forget about us. They will no longer believe, and that is when we move in. Calrun stands up, walks towards Bazith, grabs him by the chin. You will all have your part to play. Calrun's gaze looks at all his demon generals as he stands back up and walks up the stairs towards his throne of bones. He slowly turned around and sat back down and leaned back into his throne. I will summon you later, now go and rebuild your army, prepare. Our time will come, the age of Zithana will come to end, and we will be on our way to rule all the realms. Yes, sir. The four generals yelled and then left the Demon King's chamber. The Demon King sat on his throne, his serious look gave way to a smile and he let out a blood-curdling laugh. Chapter 15 to 2100 years ago. The walls are draped in sumptuous fabrics, rich silks in deep, royal hues that catch the flickering light of elegantly crafted lanterns. The air is infused with the subtle fragrance of exotic incense, adding an ethereal quality to the room. Delicate cherry blossom branches, intricately painted, adorn the walls, their delicate blooms symbolizing both beauty and transience. The centerpiece of the room is a grand, intricately carved wooden bed, its frame adorned with motifs reminiscent of ancient Asian artistry. The headboard features a masterful depiction of mythical creatures, intertwining dragons and phoenixes, symbolizing power, prosperity, and the eternal cycle of life. The bedding, luxurious silk embroidered with intricate patterns, adds to the regal comfort. The last of the Crytsal Keepers lay in a bed almost 100 years old, the grips of age holding him tight. He is surrounded by his 6 children, 3 sons and 3 daughters. The 2 eldest brothers Jin and Hyuki, one on each hand of their father, on opposite sides of the bed. A young Eldir stood with his sisters Alda, Valeria, and Leota standing around the bed. My children, I am not much longer for this world. We have come a long way in bringing freedom to our people and pushing back the threat of evil that once plagued our land. I beseech you all, do not forget what we have done. I fear once we do that, evil will attempt to seep back into our realm. I am the last of my brethren, the Crytsal Keepers. Eldir, you are the youngest of my children, but I give you a task to visit Macbulder and meet with the dwarves and elves that live there. They will give you something and you will need to keep it safe. The 2 eldest brothers seemed to be upset by this and asked why they were not given this task. Why does their half-brother get to do this? He isn't even full royalty. King Vishal let them know they were needed to rule the people when he dies, because he doesn't know how much longer he has till he passes. You can all leave, but Eldir, I need you to stay for a moment longer. Everyone soon left the room and left Eldir and his father alone. What is it you need, father? Asked Eldir. This task I need you leave out tomorrow and seek the community of elves and dwarves. I will miss you, my son. By the time you complete this, I am sure I will no longer be around. I need you to promise me no matter what happens you will not return here and will listen to what they must tell you. Your brothers are still mad that after their mother died, I met your mother. Don't hold that against them, their heart is in the right place. I promise, but I don't understand why I can't come back here after. Asked Eldir. The king laughed and smiled at his son. Once you get there everything will become clear. What I am going to tell you is not to leave this room. Much of what happened in the last 150 years is unknown to most and must remain that way to protect them. Eldir responded, I will not tell anyone. King Bishal, come closer. My son Eldir sits on the bed next to his father. What people understand is that our world was a wild world that was nearly impossible for us to survive. Along came 5 separate kings working together, brought people together and tamed the wild lands. For this is a true thing that happened. 4 other kings and myself did come together and create the society we have now. I am the last of those kings. What I am going to tell you is the details of what really happened. The look of confusion on Eldir's face quickly turned into curiosity. There is more than what we were told? But it seems pretty straightforward. You 5 fought beasts and tyrants to make our society livable. King Bishal sat up. How that is true, the world doesn't know the details. What you need to know is there are several other realms other than our own. The realms seldom have any interaction with each other, and the only way to travel between other realms is through our own. We are the buffer between chaos and order, light and darkness. Our realm was under attack by Egianar the Embervale for the last 1000 years. The holes between our reality are small and they can only corrupt our reality slowly. This is often unnoticeable till it is too late, and it almost was. As demons and beasts slipped into our reality, humanity was beginning to become hunted into extinction. King Bishal grabbed his glass of water and took a drink. 250 years ago the dwarves fortified themselves in the mountains, and the elves moved to the dreaded wasteland. A group of humans, elves, and dwarves got together and created 5 power crystals. I have a suspicion that the realm of Alaterra might have assisted in the creation of these power crystals. The crystals spread out to be found by the chosen ones to each of the continents. We talked to each other about how we found these crystals, and they were all in a similar manner. I was traveling from my home to Jargor for supplies to help my family. My father needed a new plow and my mother needed spices. A storm came out of nowhere and I sought shelter in a nearby cave. While I was in this cave, I was attacked by a Bane demon. I didn't have anything to fight it with at first. I ran and hid and was pushed deeper and deeper into the cave. It was enjoying itself knowing I couldn't hurt it. I stumbled across a glowing sword and picked it up. As the Bane demon saw this, it got angry and decided to stop playing with its food. As it leaped at me, I moved to the side and quickly cut its head off. I went to a corner of the cave to sit down for a moment, and when I did, the ground collapsed from under me. I fell into another cave and there was a yellow crystal. I was drawn to. When I touched it, I felt a surge of power and my body glowed yellow. I was able to change shape, and the knowledge of combat started to become clearer. I learned that each of us Crytsal Keepers gained different powers to complement each other. Some became stronger, others more agile. One could enhance magic while another could negate it. We met with the elves and dwarves I am sending you to see. They taught us how to connect with our crystals and become better versions of ourselves. You are the last of my true legacy and the legacy of the Crytsal Keepers. You will be the ambassador between the realms. Because you are half-elf, you will be able to walk the path of humans and elves. My 2 eldest sons will continue my legacy in our reality, but you will keep my true legacy going. I understand, Father. I will leave out tomorrow and I will not let you down. Responded Eldir. Son, I know you will not. Do not tell or say anything to any of your siblings. It's important that you do not. King Bishal said. Yes, Father. Eldir responded as he left his father's room. Eldir began walking down the hallway towards his room. His 2 eldest brothers stopped him and asked what did father want with after everyone left. Eldir quickly responded that he was just being given directions to where his father wanted him to go in Nagareth. His two eldest brothers accepted the answer and moved on with their day. Dyer went to his room and began packing for his trip. The morning came early and Dyer packed light. He grabbed his bag and irons. He looked at his royal emblem on his desktop and knew he will be leaving everything he know behind. Dyer slipped out of the castle and started traveling. Dyer purchased a camel outside and began traveling towards Fonvay. The days went by, and he soon arrived to Fonvay. He went to the port side of the city and got an inexpensive ticket to travel to Nagareth. He boarded the large ship. As the ship pulled away from port, Dyer stood in the aft of the ship and watched his home shrink behind him and soon disappear. A couple weeks later the slow-moving ship arrived to Nagareth, the port city of Dugaram, the northeast side of Nagareth. He walked off the ship and the smell of the large port city was overwhelming. Snow covered the ground as it looked like a fresh snowfall. He went to a local tavern to ask where he could purchase transportation and he was given a place he could buy a horse. He began his final journey towards Magbulder. Dyer started his journey through the snowy mountain top. Elidra looked ahead to nature's formidable beauty meets the challenges of treacherous terrain ahead. The air is crisp and biting, filled with the invigorating scent of pine and the subtle aroma of freshly fallen snow. Towering peaks, adorned in glistening white, loom majestically against the crisp azure sky. Dyer walked along the narrow path winding through rocky outcrops, occasionally opening into small clearings where pristine snow blankets the ground like a quilt of untrodden purity. Towering evergreen trees, burdened with a heavy load of snow, looked as they might fall from the weight line the route. As a gentle breeze stirs, the snowflakes clinging to the boughs cascade in a shimmering dance, creating a fleeting symphony of nature's serenity. He came across narrow passages that requiring careful navigation. Sheer drops on one side and overhanging cliffs on the other add an element of exhilarating danger to the journey. Each step demands caution as the path weaves between rock walls adorned with ice formations, creating an otherworldly, crystalline tapestry. Dyer finally reached the gates of the temple he was instructed to go to by his father. He arrived to see ornate doors, standing an impressive 30 feet in height and spanning 15 feet in width, are a monumental gateway seamlessly integrated into the side of the mountain. Crafted from a combination of rich, dark mahogany and intricately wrought iron, these imposing portals are a testament to both craftsmanship and the grandeur of the unknown that lies beyond. As he stood before these colossal doors, the sheer scale of their presence was awe-inspiring. They seemed to be a portal to another world, guarded by the mountain itself. The surrounding stone is carved with precision to accommodate the doors, forming a grand archway that frames the entrance. As he approached the large doors, they slowly opened. One could see they were about 2 feet thick. As the giant doors opened, a blinding light started to come from the opening. Chapter 16, To the Crytsal Keep. Rigard, Putin, and Tristan were sitting around a table making plans for the next day. "We need to first find the Temple of Light," Rigard stated. "This is a big town, I have not been here since I was a child." "Let me ask the innkeeper," responded Putin. Putin stood up and walked towards the elderly man behind the desk. "You don't happen to know where the Temple of Light is?" The elderly man responds, "I think that temple is in the middle of the Woodborough district. It is the highest building in the area. Weird stuff goes on there, all of them temple guys, I don't trust them." Putin thanked the man and went back to Rigard and Putin and let them know what he found out. The three stood up and left the inn. As they left the inn, there were numerous men with carts that they can pull people behind. The three men walked up to a group of rickshaw taxis. "How much for a ride to the Temple of Light?" asked Tristan. "It will be 3 irons apiece." "How long will it take?" asked Putin. "It will be about 30 minutes. replied one of the rickshaw. "If we give you all 10 irons each, and whoever gets to the temple first will get an extra 5 irons, can you get us there quicker?" asked Rigard. "Kate, you get the big guy," laughed the rickshaw. "Fashk hell, give him to Hager," Kate replied. "Anon is the one talking, he can take the big guy," responded Hager. The three rickshaw owners laughed and quickly agreed to the terms Regard put up. The three men got in the rickshaws. Kate with Putin, Hagar with Tristan and Anand with Regard. The three rickshaw owners counted down from 3 and they were off. As they took off, it was Anand ahead of Hagar with Kate in the rear. Anand and Hagar pulled ahead of Kate. Kate took a left down an alleyway, taking a different route than the other two. Hagar and Anand rushed down the street, switching who was first. Then ahead of the two, a couple large elephants blocked the way. Anand to a quick left turned down the closest alley to him. Hagar noticed that Anand went down the alley. Hagar looked and decided he was going to risk it. He aimed the rickshaw towards the middle of the giant elephant and began to slide under the elephant. The startled elephant reared up on its hind legs, making room for the rickshaw to follow him under the elephant. The elephant owners cursed them as they ran on. As Hagar exited the alley, he saw Kate pass him. Kate saw Hagar and ran as fast as he could. "Almost there!" yelled Kate. "The temple is straight ahead." Kate blocked the way to keep Hagar from passing him. Hagar looks and sees an opening and gets to the side. Kate. The two are next to each other. As they arrived to the temple, they saw Anand already waiting for them at the temple. As the three rickshaw owners got their money from Regard, Putin, and Tristan, Hagar asked Anand, "How did you get past the elephants so quickly?" Anand laughed. The three rickshaw owners sat down and began talking to each other, laughing and happy with their take for just one trip. As Putin, Regard, and Tristan walked towards the large doors to the entrance of the temple, the three rickshaw owners sat down and faded into the background. As the three men got close to the door opens and they were met by a gray-haired man in white robes with golden stars on their robes. "Welcome, Wayland told us you were coming." "Follow me," the old man stated. The three looked at each other and walked in the temple. As they enter, they notice how elaborate the decorations on the wall, covered with gold and silver. The walls shimmered almost, sometimes though a grayish dark tint would come through for a half a second, then it just disappeared, almost as if their reflections would project to the bright walls. They travel down a long hallway to what could be described as a celebration room, and a younger elvish-look man was tending to organize the altar. "Welcome, we have been expecting you. We were told to come here and talk to Sambler for an escort to the Crytsal Keep." "I am that man," laughed the elvish man. "If you are ready, I can organize and prepare travel to the village outside the Crytsal Keep. There is an inn you can leave out in the morning." "That sounds like a good plan," said Putin. "Do you have a library that I could look at?" asked Tristan. "You can wait over here, there is many scrolls and books you can look through while you all wait," Sambler replied. He made a waving hand motion for them to follow him. The three followed him down an offshoot hallway to a large room filled with books and scrolls. Tristan smiles and starts looking through the scrolls and books. He saw titles as astral planes, demonology, the realms, and various spell techniques. Tristan starts to pick up a book on spell science. It was about various mana levels, and when the best time to cast specific spells. The knowledge was more in-depth than the short speech he received from Regard's brother. Putin and Regard found a corner and laid down, relaxing. About an hour passed and Sambler came in and let them all know their escort is ready. The three were escorted towards the back of temple, where several camels waited for them and a couple hours of supplies. Two guides got on their camels and quickly Tristan, Putin, and Regard mounted their camels also. The move towards a small opening in the back that was opened so they could exit the temple. The ride took them out of the city and into a desert-like area. The road was fairly straight, and the trip only took them about 2 hours to get there. As they arrived, two large pillars with magical writing encircled the town, with one large pillar in the middle of the town. "This is as far as we go, the village is straight ahead." The two guides quickly turn around and head back towards the temple. The three head through the gate, and as Regard enters the gate a shimmer starts, and then once he is 10 feet past there is a secondary shimmer. "This must be a magical barrier, and when you went through it must have disrupted it," stated Tristan. "Looks as once you are no longer near the pillars the barrier went back up." Regard and Putin look at Tristan and shake their head in agreement. As they entered the village, the inn was right in front of them. Tired from the day's travel, they decided it was better to just get a room and relax before going into the Crytsal Keep. The three enter the tavern and approach the middle-aged woman working the desk as they arrived. The rooms were inexpensive. They quickly went to their rooms to secure their gear and returned downstairs to order a quick meal. The waiter walked up and took their order. Putin asked, "Why is there the ruins surrounding this village?" The waiter responded, "If you haven't noticed, down the road to the north is a large pyramid. Creatures from around there wander at night. These ruins protect us from supernatural and unnatural beasts that happen often here." Regard asked. "Every night. Those ruins protect us," responded the waiter. The three received and finished their food and went back upstairs to get a good night's sleep. The night went uneventful, and the morning came. The three secured their gear and decided it was best to leave the camels here because they didn't know how long they would be in the keep. As they set out towards the keep, it looked as if it will take them an hour on foot. The time passed fairly quickly, and they arrived to the entrance of the pyramid. The pyramid rose from the desert sands. The construction was created with immense precision. Each side of the pyramid had intricate magical symbols everywhere. They walked around till they found what looked like a door. The entrance to the pyramid presents itself as a formidable gateway, framed by towering stone walls that stretch upwards, converging to form a grand triangular arch carved with precision. The surface of the gateway is adorned with hieroglyphs and mystic symbols that seem to tell tales of ancient rites and untold secrets. Flanking the pyramid door are three levers, each crafted from weathered bronze and adorned with ornate carvings reminiscent of serpentine coils. The levers are positioned within recessed alcoves, suggesting a deliberate design that hints at a purpose beyond mere decoration. Surrounding the entrance carries a faint scent of ancient magic, and a soft hum resonates from the vicinity of the levers. As they looked at the pyramid, they noticed the same writing as from the pillars surrounding the town. But these seemed to be placed to keep whatever is inside in there. There were three levers by the door. They moved the first lever, nothing happened. They moved the second lever, and the first lever went back up. They moved the third lever, and the second lever went back up. They moved the first lever again and both stayed down. When they moved the second lever, the first and third one went back up. "I think we need to trip the levers in a specific order, and it will unlock like a lock," stated Regard. As they messed with different combinations for the levers, the door finally opened, and they went inside. The walls had an eerie glow to them. If it wasn't for their rings of night vision, they would have a difficult time seeing. They followed the hallway. As they followed the hallway, they noticed that there was no runic writing on the walls, confirming that what those runes on the outside are meant to keep things inside. They passed the hallway to their left and entered the door directly in front of them. As they walked in the room, they saw what looked like it was used for greeting. There were some broken chairs and tables scattered throughout the room. The exit to the south had two doors, one in the center and the other to their left. They decided to go through a door which put them in a small closet that looked as if it was shared with two other rooms. They quickly switched to the room to the left, and as they entered, a strange sight they saw was 5 skeletons making grain. 4 were pushing a mill to grind the grain while one was putting it in a bag. There were 4 to 5 bags of flour stacked in the corner. The skeletons quickly stopped what them were doing and picked up rusty swords and rushed Regard and Putin, since they were the first 2 through the door. Regard with 2 quick swings crushed the skull of 2 of them, while Putin crushed another one in 2. The last 2 swung their sword ineffectively towards Putin and Regard. Tristan throws a fireball at one of the skeletons, making it explode on contact. The last skeleton was taken down quickly by a dual hit from Regard and Putin. They searched the room, and the only thing they found was the flour and 5 rusted swords. To their south there was 2 more doors, one in the left corner and the other in the right corner. They entered the left door, and all they saw was broken and rotten furniture on the floor. As they left the room and going down the winding hallway, they enter another room. The entrance was broken bars and water dripped from the ceiling, mold encompassed the walls. They decided to go back the way they came, take that other door. As they entered the door, Tristan stops them from entering. "Look, that stone there is loose." I think it is a trap. As Tristan took out a rock he threw it at the loose stone and nothing happened. He realized that the pressure was not enough. Putin with his long reach pressed the stone in and arrows flew across the door hitting the far wall. They entered the room and again the broken and rotten furniture filled the room. They exited the room and took the long hallway to the south and entered a room to their right. The room had just wall decorations and what looked like a spiraling stairwell down. When in doubt, go further down. Regard laughed. The three walked down the stairs. The stairs spiraled into a large room that had various banners along the wall, the Blood Rose, the Temple of Light, the Dark, and many others. They walked in the room, and it was well lit, a change from the floor before. Plagues lined under each of the banners and there was writing that none of them could understand. They walked across the room to a door that opened to a small closet, a door to the north and a door straight ahead. Upon entering the chamber, their eyes were immediately drawn to the regal spectacle of the throne room. A colossal seat of authority, the throne itself was a striking amalgamation of cold, unyielding metal and the haunting elegance of bone. The skeletal framework, intricately interwoven with dark, polished metal, created a chilling yet captivating contrast that left an indelible impression on all who entered. Perched atop a 6-inch raised stoop, the throne demanded attention, its macabre beauty enhanced by the play of ambient light upon the bone and metal surfaces. As they approached, the skeletal elements seemed to whisper of ancient tales, each piece carrying the weight of history and power. The walls of the throne room bore witness to an eclectic collection of banners, reminiscent of the diverse tapestry of world religions. The banners hung with a solemn grace, displaying symbols and iconography that mirrored the sacred emblems of different faiths. The air was thick with the resonance of spiritual significance. A massive door beckoned to the south, hinting at mysteries beyond. Regard, keenly observant, directed his attention to the banners. To his surprise, each bore a name distinct from the recognizable religions they resembled. Egianar, Uchasayan, Lagaros, Alitera, Jakriha, Halaran, and Tamanant. These names, cryptic and evocative, were inscribed beneath the banners, introducing an enigmatic pantheon that transcended the boundaries of familiar belief systems. The ambience in the throne room was one of both reverence and intrigue, an intersection of the divine and the unknown. The throne, a symbol of authority forged from metal and bone, presided over a realm where the banners hinted at a sacred order that defied conventional understanding. As they ventured forth, the mysteries concealed within the chamber and beyond awaited discovery, and the echoes of those ancient names lingered in the air like whispers from a realm untouched by the passage of time. They looked and saw a door that exits to their south, and they moved to the hallway. As they go down the hallway, a room opens to their right. In there are the same banners hanging from the throne room, with pillars in front of the various banners and an altar in the middle of the room. They looked in the room and took a closer look at the pillars. The pillars described the various realms that each of the banners represented. "I think we need to get moving on," replied Putin. Everyone agreed and continued to follow the hallway. As they came to an end, it took a sharp left and went to another door. The door swung open, revealing a stark transition from the regality of the throne room to the desolation of a grand dining hall. Tables, both intact and shattered, were scattered across the expansive space. Broken chairs lay haphazardly, a silent testimony to the ravages of time. Yet, amidst the decay, some chairs remained defiantly unbroken, standing as resilient sentinels against the inevitable passage of ages. Regard's laughter, a wry acknowledgement of the pyramid state, echoed through the empty hall. "This pyramid seems like it is dead." "Nothing here," he remarked, a sentiment shared by the others. The sense of abandonment permeated the air, and the dining room stood as a haunting relic of a time long past. With a glance around, the trio noted an exit directly ahead, offering a passage out of the forsaken dining hall. As they moved through the space, the cold silence enveloped them, broken only by the echoes of their footsteps against the aged stones. Exiting the dining hall, they found themselves in a dilapidated kitchen, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the earlier chambers. Rusted pots and pans hung in eerie silence, and the air carried the sour scent of long-forgotten meals. Rotten food lay in decay, a reminder of culinary endeavors that had succumbed to the inexorable march of time. Broken utensils, discarded and abandoned, mingled with the remnants of what once was a bustling kitchen. In front of them stood another door, an entryway to the unknown. The handle, worn by time, felt cold in their grasp as they pushed it open. The door revealed only shadows beyond, concealing the secrets that lay in the unseen recesses of the ancient pyramid. As they stepped through, the echoes of the abandoned kitchen faded, replaced by the anticipation of what lay ahead in the depths of the mysterious structure. As they moved toward the door, they heard rustling on the other side of the door, and as they moved they readied their weapons. They moved through the door quickly and they entered a large room. In the middle stood a large skeleton with metal armor and bones protruding from around his cape. He works around his shoulders carrying a large battle axe. Next to him was two four-armed skeletons wearing rusted armor wielding four swords. A creature in cloth wrappings wearing an ordained and elaborate armor. With two creatures wrapped in cloth strips wearing wizard robes. They all looked at Putin, Tristan, and Regard. "Kill them!" the skeleton knight shrieked. The skeletons and the mummy warrior moved towards the three humans. The two mummy wizards stepped back and looked as if they were prepared to cast a spell. They are the Crytsal Keepers, one of them is the magic leech. Regard swung his sword at one of the four-armed skeletons, and it blocked his first two attacks. Putin swings his sword at the other four-armed skeleton. He landed a hard hit, cracking multiple bones of the creature. The skeleton knight swung his axe at Regard. His weapon deflected off his armor. Regard recovers and his third swing on the four-armed skeleton crushed his skull, bringing it to its knees. The mummy warrior stepped towards Putin and swung his sword, deflecting off his skin. Regard moves towards the mummy warrior, landing a blow cutting deep into his skull. "I guess I was right. It is pretty dead in here," said Regard. Putin swings and hits the other four-armed skeleton, shattering it into pieces. Tristan notices the damage done to the undead creatures started to heal slowly. Tristan throws an exploding fireball towards the two mummy mages across the room and lands a direct hit on both, putting them both on fire. They screamed. Putin moved towards the mummy warrior, while Regard moved towards the skeleton knight. Regard and the skeleton knight exchanged a couple blows, deflecting off their armor and swords. Putin swings his sword down straight on the mummy warrior's head, cutting him in half down to his sternum. Regard attacked the axe of the skeleton knight, knocking him off balance, and with a lightning fast swing removed the head of the skeleton knight. The only two left were the mummy mages that were on fire. Putin cut one of them in half, instantly destroying the monster. The final mummy was tripped to the ground and pinned by Regard. "It doesn't matter, you will never get past him," the mage shrieked as he tried to free himself. "Who?" asked Tristan. "The Guardian. We have all failed and so will you," laughed the mummy. "Enough of this. He isn't telling us anything we don't know." And Putin crushes the mummy's skull with his foot. "We probably could have asked more information about the Guardian," Tristan stated. "Nothing left to do now but check what they had," said Regard. Putin walked over to the skeleton warrior's remains and picks up a large well-crafted battle axe. "This looks like something for me." The dagger the mages had curved black blades, and some unknown magical enchantment on them. Tristan picks them up quickly. The three looked around the room and saw there was an exit to their left and one straight ahead. They looked at each other and decided to keep going north. They followed a long winding hallway that ended up in a large room. On the opposite side of the large room was a 20-foot-tall creature with a scorpion body and a giant humanoid torso. He carried a large halberd and had two large claws coming out of his scorpion body. "Why are you here?" it bellowed. "Wayland told us that Eldir needed us to get the crystal from here," Putin said. Without hesitation the beast replied, "Crytsal Keepers, yes. Follow me." As he turned around, a wall behind him sank into the ground, revealing a large stairwell. They followed him down the stairwell and in front of them was a large white glowing portal. "This is as far as I go. If you are worthy, you will receive the crystal," and he walked back up the stairwell. The three looked at each other for a moment, looked back at the stairwell and then towards the portal. Without a word they all began walking towards the portal, and as they entered everything went blindingly white for a moment, and when they could see again, they were no longer in the pyramid. They were on a 40-foot grassy walkway floating in the middle of nowhere. They looked behind and could only see what looked like an endless trail to forever, and the other direction what looked like a large castle with extremely large gates. They were surrounded by clouds and flying beams of light. "Looks like we only have one way to go," Rigard stated. Reluctantly, the three started moving towards the castle gates. As they arrived at the gates swung open, allowing them to enter. They continued past the gate, and at the other side laid a 100-foot-tall sphinx. A beast with a lion body and a humanoid face. "Why are you here?" bellowed the sphinx. They quickly respond they were there to receive the crystal for Eldir. The sphinx responded, "You must each answer a riddle and I will give you the crystal. The first riddle I have is I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" Tristan thinks for a moment. That would be an echo. "The second riddle I have is you measure my life in hours and I serve you by expiring. I'm quick when I'm thin and slow when I'm fat. The wind is my enemy. What am I?" After some time Putin replies, "A candle. The final riddle is I am something people love or hate. I change people's appearances and thoughts. If a person takes care of themselves, I will go up even higher. Some people might want to try and hide me, but I will show. No matter how hard people try, I will never go down. What am I?" Rigard smiled and quickly answered age. As Rigard answered, a glowing bulb floated down for them to grab. Putin grabbed the orb, and as he grabbed the crystal everything went bright white again, and they were outside the pyramid by the door they entered, and it seemed as if no time has passed since they entered the pyramid. "That wasn't too bad," said Tristan. "I think we can just hurry back and get this to Wayland," said Rigard. "It should be fairly simple to just take the same way we got here back," stated Putin. The three quickly made the trip back to Foskim. It was a simple trip back. They made it back to Fosco before nightfall and met up with Captain, who brought them to their inn. The trip was quick and it didn't take long. The three began to head out towards where they initially met Wayland, but as they left Foskim, only a couple miles away, Wayland came out of the woods and flagged the three down. "Did you get the crystal?" asked Wayland. The three said yes they had. "I will take it from here." Wayland reached out his hand quickly as to be given the crystal immediately. Putin starts to give the crystal to Wayland but pauses for a second. "What's wrong?" Putin's response was tense. "Nothing." He handed over the crystal, a moment pregnant with anticipation. Wayland's eyes gleamed with restrained excitement as the crystal changed hands. "I will get this to Eldir as soon as I can," Wayland declared, seizing the crystal, and setting off in a brisk run, his determination palpable. Tristan's instincts tingled, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. "Wait!" Tristan called out, but Wayland, oblivious or purposefully ignoring the urgency in Tristan's voice, only accelerated, putting more distance between them. Frowning, Tristan decided to follow, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. "Stop!" The command echoed through the woodland, but Wayland remained resolute, forging ahead with a 100-foot head start. Putin and Rigard, exchanging concerned glances, swiftly joined the chase. As they pursued Wayland, the impossible occurred. Before their eyes, Wayland underwent a grotesque transformation. Large bat-like wings unfurled from his back, and his form elongated by 6 feet. In a startling leap, he took flight, leaving the bewildered trio on the ground. "Stop him!" Tristan cried out, his voice laced with urgency. In response, he conjured a death bolt, a concentrated burst of magic, and unleashed it toward the airborne creature. The projectile struck true, causing the demon to falter mid-air, but the wounded creature continued its ascent, soon disappearing from sight. "This isn't good, is it?" Regard voiced the ominous realization that hung in the air. The three exchanged uneasy glances, a silent agreement forming among them. Without wasting a moment, they hastened to their horses, mounting swiftly, and set off in pursuit of the winged demon, riding determinedly in the direction it had vanished. The woodland echoed with the urgency of their pursuit, leaves rustling in the wake of an unforeseen challenge. Chapter 17 The Festival of Traditions. It was a particularly sunny day in Bolin. The sun was overhead, making it a beautiful day to celebrate the Festival of Traditions. A Crytsal village appears and settles down in an open field. Eldir and Wayland strolled down the bustling main street, their gazes sweeping across the familiar surroundings, meticulously checking every detail as they approached the inn from the temple. We should be in a good place to intercept some travelers. Maybe one of them can be the next crystal holder, Eldir suggested, his tone tinged with a sense of urgency. I'd feel safer if we didn't have to port in so many open areas, Wayland replied, his concern palpable. Moving in open spaces always makes me uneasy. Eldir nodded in understanding. I know, my friend. But after finding 3 of the Crytsal Keepers already, it's time for us to take more risks. They'll need all the help they can get for what lies ahead. It's hard to believe we've been at this for so long. Searching for Crytsal Keepers and safeguarding our light crystal has been quite an adventure, Wayland chuckled, reflecting on their timeless pursuit. Wayland, we need to get settled and be prepared for the Festival of Traditions, Eldir said, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. I've got to attend to matters in the temple and update the other crystal protectors about our situation. The houses and businesses were filled with Bolin flags. Wayland began to walk down the main street of the village, ensuring every detail was perfect for any guests that may arrive in the town. Lynette walked out of her inn and began preparing the outside of the inn with banners celebrating the Festival of Traditions. She waved at Wayland as he walked by and greeted him happily. Vernsal stood in front of his blacksmith's shop preparing the fireworks for the night's festivities. Salsa used his magic to hang banners and Bolin flags throughout the village. Throughout the day everyone took their places in the village and took in travelers as they have done 100 times before. Waiting for the chance the next Crytsal Keeper will arrive. As the sun descended below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep purple, the anticipation in the village for the festival's night celebration reached its peak. Wayland and Eldir, Lynette, Vernsal, and Salsa were joined by a throng of excited visitors, numbering around 10 to 20 individuals who had come to partake in the festivities. The air buzzed with excitement as villagers and visitors alike gathered in the central square, their faces adorned with wide smiles and eager anticipation. Vernsal, the skilled blacksmith, stood proudly beside his set of meticulously crafted fireworks, their vibrant colors shimmering in the dimming light. Lynette's inn, now aglow with a warm and welcoming light, hosted guests from various regions, exchanging stories and laughter over mugs of frothy ale. Meanwhile, Salsa's magic continued to enchant the atmosphere, as the banners and flags he had adorned earlier danced in the evening breeze, casting playful shadows in the fading daylight. Wayland and Eldir, the meticulous caretakers of the village, ensured that every corner sparkled with festivity. They moved through the crowd, sharing warm greetings and ensuring that the visitors felt at home amidst the celebratory atmosphere. As dusk settled, the villagers and guests gathered in a wide arc around Vernsal's blacksmith shop, where the night's centerpiece awaited. With a flourish, Vernsal ignited the fireworks, casting a spectacular display of colors and patterns into the sky. Vibrant explosions painted the heavens, eliciting gasps of awe and admiration from the gathered crowd. The night echoed with cheers and applause as the dazzling display reached its crescendo, lighting up the faces of all present with wonder and delight. It was a celebration that united villagers and visitors alike, forging lasting memories in the glow of Bolin's cherished festival of traditions. As Eldir put up some wards around the village in secret while everyone left to get some sleep for the night. Soon everyone rested and laid down for the night. The started off as uneventful and quiet. Soon everyone was awakened to a large explosive sound. shaking the ground immensely. As Ed Lyer was the first to exit, he saw something that he never thought he would see in the mortal realm. There stood a large demon encased in armor crafted from the melded remnants of vanquished adversaries. His form emanates an aura of demonic resilience. The scars etched upon his visage narrate tales of countless campaigns, each mark a testament to his enduring battles. His cloak, tattered and marked by symbols representing rival factions, billows behind him, torn by the brutalities of unending strife. As he strides forward, each footfall resonates like a mournful echo, carrying the weight of distant battles and the chaos that trails in his wake. Talmig, an embodiment of relentless conflict, stands as a living testament to the perpetual turmoil of his past. He was surrounded by a dozen curslings and other demons with him. They had broken through the protective wards and were setting the town on fire as Talmig grabbed for the white crystal. Dyer threw a large fireball at the demon while Salsa started to attempt to cast binding spells. The curslings jumped in the way of the spells, having Talmig be unhit from the spells. The curslings threw fire spells back at the protectors of the village. Varnsal used a large shield to protect Salsa and Dyer from the flame attacks. This was the only distraction Talmig required to take off and fly away with the crystal. The remaining curslings and demos left soon after, leaving the melting corpses of demons behind. The look of worry crossed the Crytsal Keepers' faces as the demons got away with their crystal. Soon some of the travels came out to see what the commotion and sound was, and they saw Dyer, Salsa, and Varnsal standing in the middle of the village, the temple and mayor's house on fire from the attack. One of the guests asked, "What happened here?" Dyer replied with a somber tone, "Looks like some fireworks got out of control." As he stared into the sky wondering what they are going to do next. The villagers and the travelers worked hard together to put out the fires and save as much of the village as possible. Dyer knew without the crystal it was going to take a while for them to repair the village, and they will not be able to relocate till crystal is back. The villagers and travelers worked tirelessly together, a seamless assembly united by urgency. Dyer conjured a small crater in the ground, channeling his magic into a create water spell. The hole swiftly filled, and Salsa deftly shaped the water, launching torrents toward the raging buildings. In unison, travelers grabbed whatever vessels they could find, frantically dousing the structures to stifle the voracious flames. Throughout the long night, they battled the blaze, their collective efforts an unyielding force against the relentless fire. The glow of the inferno painted the sky in dark hues, its plumes of smoke billowing and forming an ominous beacon that seemed to punctuate the horizon for miles around. Chapter 18 Preparation. The moon cast its glow over Beverod Peak, its light slipping through the jagged peaks as a flock of demons emerged from the distance, their silhouettes dancing against the moon's illumination. Among them strode Talmig, flanked by his curslings, bearing a radiant crystal of light in his hand. The crystal's luminance pierced the night, nestled within a bag he carried. Venturing through a dimly lit, winding hallway, they passed an array of demons, each offering laughter and cheers in their wake. After descending several levels, they reached a spacious chamber divided by a lava moat. Two narrow footbridges connected the divided sides. Across the chamber stood Gilgrath, the deceiver, tending to an altar adorned with a glowing crystal and two vacant ports. Beside him stood an archway etched with mystic inscriptions, a convergence of a half-sun and a half-moon at its center. Talmig strode across the footbridge, placing his crystal in one of the empty ports. "Ah, you were successful," laughed Gilgrath. "Lord Calrum will be pleased." "They didn't know what hit them," snarled Talmig. "Now we just wait for Bazith to do his part. They should have just sent me, I could have done it all. I should be the second in command," growled Gilgrath. "Hold your tongue and know your place. You may be strong but you are nowhere near my power." Angrily exclaimed Talmig. "Your cunning helped us those thousands of years, but your lack of strength also caused us to almost be destroyed." "We all know that wasn't me. It was Talgroan who was the cause of our defeat," angrily responded Gilgrath. "I don't have time for your impetuousness. Prepare everything here." I have other things I must take care of, as he transformed into a human form with sharp and piercing eyes that could look through someone. His skin is slightly darker than those around him, with a tint of yellow. His face having sharp angular facial features, and a strong jawline. He turned around and began to walk out of the altar room, leaving Gilgrath alone in the room. A frustrated Gilgrath, once alone, grabbed a plate from the altar and threw it across the room, sticking deep into the wall and letting out a loud scream that echoed through the chambers. I will show them all that I am the most powerful, that I am the one to be at Lord Calrum's side, mumbled Gilgrath to himself as he went back to fixing and preparing the altar for the ceremony ahead. Talmig strode into a chamber hewn from the cave wall. The chamber, hewn from the rough, ancient stone of the cave wall, emanated an aura of otherworldly significance. At its heart lay a stone bed, meticulously crafted with carvings of mystical symbols, snaking patterns, and symbols of arcane origin. The surface of the bed resembled a mirror, reflecting the chamber's dim, eerie light in an almost ghostly manner. Adjacent to this enigmatic stone bed, an archway of weathered stone soared upward, its surfaces etched with intricate, arcane inscriptions and ancient runes. Amidst the elaborate engravings, a symbolic representation of celestial balance unfolded. A half-moon and half-sun motif stood tall at the pinnacle of the archway, symbolizing a convergence of opposing forces, a harmony between light and darkness. The ambient light that filtered through the cave's natural openings seemed to dance and play upon the mysterious carvings, casting curious shadows and giving life to the cryptic writings that adorned the archway's surface. This space exuded an air of ancient wisdom and arcane power, where secrets of the cosmos might be unlocked by the learned or the daring. Placing his hand upon the mirror-like surface, darkness swirled within it, and a resonant voice thundered forth, "What do you seek?" "Sire, we have 2 of the crystals and just waiting on the last one. Just waiting on Bazith to bring us the final one." "Good. Now you know your mission there. Get back to what I need you to do. Our time is near. Revenge will be mine," growled Calrum. "Yes, sire," answered Talmig. The mirror went back to normal and Talmig exited his room and walked back towards the room with Gilgrath in it. As he entered the room he saw Gilgrath talking to himself, mumbling incoherently. "What are you mumbling about?" bellowed Talmig. "You scheming again?" "Nothing. Nothing. I have lots to do in preparation to open the realm for our armies." Gilgrath sneered. "What are you still doing here?" "Don't worry, I will be leaving soon, and you will be able to scheme in private," cackled Talmig. "Just remember, we must be prepared before Festival of Rejuvenation. Don't mess this up." Talmig turned and left Gilgrath again to stew in his jealousy and anger towards Calrum's second in command. After Talmig left and Gilgrath was alone, Gilgrath moved with calculated precision within the ritual chamber, the very air buzzing with an otherworldly anticipation. The stone altar, anointed with mystic symbols and adorned with 2 of the 3 radiant crystals, stood as the focal point of the eerie chamber. The crystals shimmered, pulsating with an ethereal radiance, casting an otherworldly glow across the solemn space. At the chamber's center, an intricate mosaic carved into the stone floor glowed with an arcane luminescence. The mosaic depicted celestial alignments, enigmatic sigils, and intricate patterns, a canvas of cosmic significance that appeared to hum with latent power. In preparation for the ritual, Gilgrath meticulously arranged various sections of the chamber to accommodate the imminent sacrifices, marking areas designated for a human, elf, and dwarf. Eerie sigils and symbols were meticulously drawn around these sections, a grim testament to the malevolent forces that would soon be unleashed. He began to prepare the spots for the shackles to secure the sacrifices. The presence of the 3rd crystal was notably absent, leaving an ominous void amidst the other 2 glowing gems. It was a crucial component yet to be acquired, an essential key to unlocking the gateway for the malevolent king's entry into the mortal realm. Despite the absence of actual sacrifices, the chamber bore an oppressive ambience, a foreboding hush that whispered of imminent doom and impending darkness. Gilgrath, poised in the midst of the preparations, exuded a sense of grim determination, his every action steeped in a malevolent purpose as he readied the chamber for the dire ritual that would soon unfold. Jailgrath knew he still had more to do, but this was a good start to be in preparation for the coming of his master. Chapter 19.